Give this a couple of minutes. Alt-tab over to the old internet. And let's see, F5. Reload that page until we can see the stream is right there, ready and raring to go. Scrolling down. Okay, there I am. Alright, go ahead and do the thingy thing I do. Open it up. Ba-da-ba-bum. Let's do the thing. Greetings, internet viewers. Anyone watching this, past, present, or future. Though how you're watching this in the past from when I'm, recording this right now, I don't understand it, but I'm not going to question it. Come on, where's the pop-out chat option? There it is. For whatever reason, I put it a little lower on the, on the tab. And with that, close out of Firefox like that. Move the chat box over here like this. Ta-da! All right, throw our little hello in the thing. Greetings, viewers. So, to start things off, normally I would just jump right into whatever game I was going to play, which in this case is going to be the one that I love and the one that I hate, the one you could say that I love to hate, Parasite Eve. Going to be getting back into that one again. Before that, though, I got a little something in the mail today. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of an unboxing to start off this whole shebang. Without further delay, to start things off with, I picked up another puppet, another ventriloquial figure for my collection. And this one has ties to a certain series by a certain author by the pen name R.L. Stine. Yes. The figure that I'm going to be opening has ties to Goosebumps, of all things. And this figure itself was not actually featured in the show, but some of his cousins were. In the episode Night of the Living Dummy 3, and several scenes, like when Slappy is in Zane's bedroom after he's, turned Zane into a dummy after he escaped from the well and came back into the house. There are two very interesting and weird-looking figures sitting over on the bed. Looks like they're playing cards. And those two figures were made by a puppet maker by the name of Craig Lovick, back around the time this episode came out, around 1995, 1996 is when this guy was creating these figures. And I was always fascinated by them because they had such a unique look to them, and they didn't look like the other puppets in the background, like the Howdy Doody puppet that they had with the repainted hair, and he wasn't just a generic like Juro Novelty Charlie McCarthy or one of those. And he wasn't one of the weird, or they weren't like the foam rubber ones that the prop guy for the episode worked on. They just really caught my attention because they were so cartoony and goofy looking. I should probably put that videotape somewhere better. We'll just set that over here on the Goosebumps shelf with all my Goosebumps collectibles and stuff over there. Anyway, these figures were just so weird looking, and they always caught my attention whenever I'd watch the episode. And, well, I found one of the figures that guy made, Craig Lovick, for an exceptionally great price on Facebook Marketplace, like last week. Yeah, it was last week that I found the guy. And contained within this box right here that I received in the mail today is that figure. So to start things off, I'm going to be taking my handy-dandy letter opener. I'm going to stab into the tape on this thing, carve it out, and I'm going to open the box. Well, if I have to. I might get lucky and I might be able to, find a lip in the tape somewhere and just kind of peel it all off in one big strip, which, considering that the box is right in front of the microphone, it's not going to sound great. On that note, let me just turn the microphone a little bit because it's cockeyed and that messes with me for some stupid reason. Let's go ahead and see what we can do here. I'm just going to apologize now because, as you can hear from just that one strip I already peeled off, this is not going to sound great. Because, again, like I said, we're right in front of the microphone. As a matter of fact, let me just turn myself sideways so that the box is no longer right there. Sorry that this is taking place mostly off camera, but as I was hoping for, I got lucky and that big wall of tape on the top of the box kind of all just is coming off in one sheet. Ta-da. Crinkle that up all the way over here away from the microphone and throw it over there somewhere. All right. With the tape out of the way, let's go ahead and get a look at the contents of the box. So as I was saying, a couple of this figure's cousins wound up in that episode of Goosebumps, and there's even a scene later on in the episode, towards the end, after Slappy's defeated, where Zane is sitting on this couch, and after Slappy's power dissipates, and Zane turns back into a real boy, back into a real human being. There's one of these kind of puppets just sitting next to him on that couch. Now, I will openly admit, I don't know a great deal about these. I've tried doing research leading up to this after I bought this thing from the guy. But it's really hard finding information about these silly things. I found a handful of old eBay listings thanks to a website called worthpoint.com where people sold these. But the one I have in here, I only found one other one exactly like mine, and that poor puppet was basically destroyed. And there was another one, which I'll get to in a minute. Oop, I just realized I'm doing stuff right in front of the microphone again and making this quite unpleasant for you all. So I'm going to take these newspapers the guy crammed in here around the item, which the guy threw in a bunch of extra outfits, or a couple of extra outfits. There's some pants for the figure, a nice pair of jeans. You can tell this thing's from the 90s. Check out those sunglasses with the visor on top. And of course they're green, and I've got green screen going. You can't even see these silly things. Woo! Where'd my eyes go? Oh no! I'll go into more detail on this puppet in a separate video later on down the road. But it's got those jeans, it's got these glasses, got himself a conductor's hat. Let's go ahead and start setting stuff on the floor out of the box. And I can see the figure's head right over here. So before I continue on getting his clothing and stuff out of the box, I'm going to pull out some more of the newspaper. Just kind of toss that over to the side. I'm honestly surprised. Most of the time when I buy figures from people on Facebook Marketplace, they don't care when they ship it. They literally just take the thing, throw in a box, no padding, no packing, no nothing. Just slap a label on that, tape that sucker closed, and throw that in the mail. This guy was really well padded in there. And here's another thing you're probably not going to be able to see because of the green screen, but a little green turtleneck sweater for the little dude. Okay, cool. Comes with the original shoes. For whatever reason, Craig Lovick made like these little plastic blow-molded shoes that, now that I think about it, these kind of resemble what you'd find with a Build-A-Bear Build-A-Bear doll these days. It's got a little tiny hole in the top of it right there where you just kind of shove the puppet's foot down into it. It's cool that it's got the original footwear, because it didn't show that in the photographs this guy sent. Comes with a hairbrush, because this thing's got some wild hair. And instead of having like plastic hair, this thing's actually got like a wig glued on the top of it. Comes with a little clip-on bow tie. It's got some suspenders, which are hooked up. I think they're actually still hooked up to the outfit. No, they were just wedged under him. Let's toss those over to the side. Okay. All that's left is the dummy himself and a, whatever you want to call it, a set of suspenders, or not suspenders, a set of overalls. So I'm going to hold the overalls up in front of the doll's face, turn the box around. So there he is inside the box. Now to pull this out of the way, and I'm going to give you all the first look at my new little friend here. There we are. Ta-da. Now this figure, the characters that Craig Lovick made back in the day in this particular line, they each had a different name, but I can't find any scans or any images of the original catalog these things were sold from, so I can't tell you what this character is called. I know there is one that was apparently called Randy, and there is one that was called Cody, I think. But anyway, now I'm going to turn the box so that I can get my own first look at this guy. Well, aren't you something wonderful? And this guy is actually a professionally made ventriloquist figure. He comes from Maher Studios, I think that's how it's pronounced, M-A-H-E-R, which is the place that Craig Lovick worked for. And this guy has a blow-molded plastic head, as well as a blow-molded plastic body. Now, let me set the box down and actually get him out of there. Come on, little dude. That's it. You've got to be a bit delicate with this thing, because he is getting on in years, and from what I've been able to find out, what I've been able to tell, these things can be fairly delicate. There we go. So there's my new little buddy. He only has mouth control. His eyes don't move, unfortunately. But, you know, it is what it is. The mouth is very easy, and very nice to open and control like that. I was expecting it to be a lot more firm. He's got himself a little bit of damage right there on his neck. Don't know how well that's going to read on camera. And he's, for whatever reason, got like this mole on the side of his head. And he also has this weird dimple going on in his cheek. But aside from those couple of imperfections, he is in remarkably good shape. Oh, thank you. Well, considering how old you are, you know. Yeah, well, how old are you? Younger than you. Get out. And you look like that? No need for insults. You just got here. Anyway, another interesting thing about these particular puppets that Craig Lovick made is the fact that, like I said, the head is made out of plastic, as well as the body, which usually on these things it would have like a wooden body or a really thick cardboard body, but this it's a nice plastic. And the hands on these guys were made out of rubber, which is not great because over time these things are just going to deteriorate and rot. Like this one has gone rock solid. Unless this one was actually made out of plastic. It sounds like it's plastic, but from what I understand of it, the majority of these puppets, their hands were made out of rubber. So I've got to be kind of delicate with those fingers of his. But anyway, that's my new little friend. Let's see. Go ahead and kind of fix up your hair a little bit. Smooth it over somewhat, sort of. Maybe give you some kind of a better hairdo. That's a little better. So how's it going, ladies and gents? I hope you're doing better than I am, considering I just spent like the last week in a box going through the mail. That was fun, but the capital wasn't. Anyway, what are you doing here? I'm getting ready to play a video game. A video game? Yep. Which one? I'm going to be playing Parasite Eve. Parasite Eve, huh? Yep. Why? Why not? Well, I guess that's as good an answer as I was expecting. Anyway, if you're going to do that, you should probably stop screwing around with me and get things going. You think so? I know so. Okay. So with that, we're just going to go ahead and put our new little friend over here, down on the floor or back in the box. And then I'll grab the video game controller, and we'll get this thing started correctly. We'll get things started right. Right? Right. Right. Anyway, hey, I got an idea. Since this guy doesn't know what my name is, you're out there in the audience, out there in internet land. What should my name be? What should he call me? Put it over there in the comment section, on the chat, whichever, and let's get something figured out. Name the dummy. And for those who couldn't understand his speech impediment, they could understand me. Well then, what did you say? Name the dummy. Name the dummy? You understand what I'm saying. You're the one putting the words in my mouth. That is true. That is what I'm doing. Yeah. So, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen out there in the audience, what should my name be? Let us know in the chat section down below. And with that, on with the show. Right? Right. Right. A lot of character in this figure. Go ahead and put you on the box. Alright, straighten out the arm. Okay, so now that we got that little bit of nonsense out of the way. Oh, here's your clothes back, little goofball. What are you calling a goofball? A goofball? You know what I'm saying. Well, of course I do. I'm the one saying the words. Okay, and then there's your little bow tie. Alright. So anyway, now that that's all out of the way, let's get to the game. So Alt-tab our way back over to OBS Studio. Transition over to this screen. Get the PS2 fired up. Now, where is the controller cord? Alright, now before we get going, better make sure the batteries didn't run out on my no button.
No, no, no!
Okay, good. We're set in that regard. And the game should still be in the system, so any second now, that should go away. And the game should begin. Hopefully today's stream doesn't go as badly as the last time that I streamed this game. Yeah, I don't need to turn it up. Music's loud enough as it is. Because it's been a little while, I'm just going to let the music play. Let this whole starting cutscene play again. Try and get myself immersed back into the world of survival horror. So glad I now finally have a professional ventriloquist figure. This is so awesome. Granted, he doesn't have all the bells and whistles like another figure that I already owned. Channel favorite, Slappy. Because obviously the new guy, he only has mouth control, whereas Slappy has the mouth. It's got the eyes move back and forth. It's got the eyebrows. Where's the eyebrow? There it is. The eyebrows that go up and down. And of course, the thing that most of these deluxe, well not deluxe, these upgraded, that these more professional figures have, 360-degree rotating head. Would you stop screwing around already and focus on the game? Slappy, I'll tell you right now, I don't really want to focus on the game too much. And why is that? Because this game really, really makes me mad. Don't all video games make you mad? Slappy, you are correct. Now shut up. Let's go ahead and just put you back on the floor where you were. Alright. So here we go again. Start button. And hopefully the memory card is working today. Alright. The file loaded. So away we go. Okay, gotta prepare myself. When I get out into the hallway just beyond this room, there's the potential that there's going to be 3 or 4 spiders. 3 spiders of the giant variety that are going to be walking around out there, and they're going to try to gang up on me and make me dead very quickly. So what I need to do is get the hell out of here and go back to an earlier part of the game where the enemies are easier, and just kind of grind to get myself the ammunition and the healing items and reviving items that I'm going to need for this. So I've only got, let's see, 4 med ones. And a bunch of stuff that's not really going to help me. And I'm down 51 hit points. Yep. Just gonna move right on up here. No, not that. This. Of course I did. Of course I failed to escape. Actually, you know what? I honestly should have waited. But if I had, I'd be dead right now and I'd be even more irritated. Finally, one of them died. Off, you little sharpshooter. I'm gonna be dead with one more attack. Oh, okay. Come on, game. Seriously, game, come on. Gotta grin and bear it. And keep on fighting. Start button. Continue. Actually, you know what? Let's start from save number 1. See, 108 out of 195 hit points. Still at a med 3. Some med 1. Ooh, and a med 2. There's a lot of stuff I don't have yet, though. Yep. Yep. Actually, before I try to escape, heal up. I can't heal up yet. Run up here. Five. One, two. Okay. Don't know why they're taking it easy on me all of a sudden, but I'll take it. Alright, now I'm down by 62 hit points. Okay, they're starting in this direction. Full honkery that only did so little damage. Suck an egg, you little 3, 4, 5. which one I'm aiming for, but I'm shooting at him. 3, 5, 121, which means I'm down by 74 hit points. You son of a beep. Did I had a revive. That little son of a beep just made me use my revive. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you suckin' don't. No, you don't. No, you do not. You do not. No. Who you are dealing with. Okay, got some ammo. Get all that. Didn't even realize I had a revive in my inventory. If I'd have known that, I would have tried so much harder not to get dead. Alright. So like I said before, now I get to go back through to an easier part of the game and just kind of level grind. Which is something that annoys me. Hello, Maida. Park. Start killing a bunch of things and getting our level up. I need a tissue because my nose has already started to run. Well, let's see, is this box behind the police cruiser open or is it closed? Can't tell. Nope, it was closed. Open. There's a spot where I can save my progress. I'm not going to yet, even though I should, because there's those stupid snakes right around the corner here. Take that med 1, thank you. Serves me. Oh, nope, don't want to do that. So there was a box there, but I've already emptied it of all its contents. As well as that one. Alright. So back into the zoo we go. That box is empty. Is this a box? No it isn't. That's a box. Don't need any tools, thank you, not right now. Alright, now let's find something to fight. Something that's hopefully not going to be too aggressive. Something that's going to be willing to give me a bunch of ammunition and healing items. Oh wait, that's right. I dropped off the key with what's his name. Here we go. Okay. No, you don't. I see you over there. Since you struck first, you get shot first. You sucker. That one that's the one who actually, like, hit you. Back off. items. Ooh, ammo. Yes, give me all the ammunition you got. Now, well, I've got a minute. I've got full, whatever you call it, PE. Psychic energy, I guess. Get myself back up to full health and carry on. Eve was here. Yes, she was. Okay. Good to have that. Too bad that was the only thing in here. I think. Yeah, it's all that was here. Alright. Outward we go once again. That was a hard blink because my eyes are getting dry. And I am getting tired. I can't go in here because the key is still with what's-his-name back at the police station, so just leave that alone for now. And of course, no random encounters with monkeys. That's one thing that's so fascinating to me about these kind of games. I'll complain and I'll complain and I'll complain about the fact that, you know, I don't like this mechanic or I don't like that mechanic. You know, I hate the fact that you have to like level grind at certain points. But then I'll play the game, I'll get to a certain point and I'll go, damn, I really wish I could level grind right about now. Really wish I could get my levels up. That's what these games do, they get in your head. Hang out over here. Five. One, two, three, four, five. Five. You. One, two, three, four, and... Oh, only four for that guy. Oh, hell yeah. Give me all the ammunition you got. Alright, this is where I get to play Ring Around the Rosie with a bunch of snakes. So, let's go. Alright, so I already got that one. The contents of that box, that is, I already got that. And I already got this gray one over here in the corner. So, let's see. Oh wait, this is where I get to play Ring Around the Rosie with those stupid snakes. Not up here, once I go back down that way. Right about... Huh? I'll be grinched. Let's go back this way and see if we can get another random encounter with those big piles of... I don't know what they were. Those big piles of foliage with the long vines. First, apparently, I decided I wanted to go down here. Okay, so I can't go around that way. Let's go down here. Try and stir up some trouble for myself. Whip, 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 whip. And that just has that tool from earlier. So I can't do much there. I've got 50 rounds in the ammo crate now. Would have had more, but I had to keep stopping and shooting things. So, bleh. Okay, good. Another random encounter. This is going to be the birds. Which is not so good, because these guys kind of suck. One more shot at that guy. Or 2 shots, apparently. Of course the birds would only have junk. Of course they would. I'm not taking any of their junk. I need bullets and healing items. Especially bullets. I can't continue on around the thing like I thought I could. And that's fine. I mean, it stinks on ice, but, you know, it's fine. Let's see, am I gonna have to deal with any snakes around this area? I'm shocked. Usually there's snakes over there. Alright, now let's go back over to Chinatown. I think I've access to that already. Anyway, we're going to go in there, and we're going to deal with the stuff over there for a bit. Grind some more levels. Actually, yeah, let's go back to Soho. I believe this is where I went with... Oh, why can't I think of his name? Maida and... Oh, why can't I think of his name? It wasn't Brad, was it? You know, the tough guy cop. Daniel. His name's Daniel. Which one is full? Replace an item? Yes. This way. There's another box like right here, I think. Alright, there's one. Okay. Back up into the apartment, see if I forgot anything in there. Nope, nothing there. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know I could come back in here. Alright. A little bit of a waste of time, but now we know that there's nothing in there. Okay, nothing in the dumpster, nothing near the trash can. See if there's anything left in the gun shop that I might have overlooked the first time around. Right, no, I need that. Just run along the wall, tap the X button, and see what happens. Okay, another empty box. I'm curious what's on the wall over here that I couldn't get before. Another dang vest. Okay. Let's go ahead and put the vest over here. There was one other thing, I think. Nope, that was it. Okay. So wait, now I can actually put the friggin' club away? Alright. Check. Is there anything in here that I can get that I didn't get already? Nope. Alright. And away we go once again. Still can't believe it. 600 subscribers. It boggles my mind that we've gotten to this point, folks. It's an amazing feeling. Alright, back in the police station. I'm back up to having 50 rounds of ammunition stored up in the old ammunition crate. Still 50, right? Yep. Excuse me, one. I know there's a save spot in here, so I'm going to save my progress. I'm in a slightly better position with these save files than I was with the ones I already had, so that's okay with me. Overwriting the ones that I already had. Because I wasn't getting anywhere with those when I first started, so it is what it is. Still frustrating that I lost the friggin' revive that I didn't know I had that easily. A little faster there, Aya. Three items. Medicine and junk. We're going to take the medicine. Let's swap it out for that vest. Okay. Now we're going to go to the Chrysler building. I'm going to take the stairs this time because I'm pretty sure something stupid happened with the elevator last time. Just going to follow the splotches of mitochondrial goo on the sides of the walls and see where we can get. Oh, cheesy rice, you suckers. Get a couple shots off, and that's going to happen. Shot with this one that's right here. Better to be down 75 hit points than 100 and some odd hit points. Oh, screw you, game. So after I lose all those hit points, then the game lets me escape. I just got back into playing this. It hasn't even been an hour yet. We're about 4 minutes shy, and I'm already getting mad. That crap should not fly. we're going to use that right this second. Get the club back, now that I understand how useful it is. This was a very useful room. Thank you, game. Thank you. Smoke them if you got them, right? This is just a blank steel wall. Oh boy, what's here? Oh, okay. Use suckers at a time, please. Okay, yeah you do, you son of a... I shoot faster than that, stupid. Oh, am I out of ammunition? Yep, the Evil Blaster has no ammunition. I used up all 50. Oh, suck. Swap out the Evil Blaster for this. A little longer. Go ahead and use an energy shot on this idiot. Hey Steve, welcome to the welcome to the stream. I was going to say welcome to the chat. There we go. Game, you're not doing that to me. One, get rid of this cure poison from that one. One, gonna get that there. Ha. How you doing today, Steve? Congrats on the 600, my man. Way to go. Thank you. Yeah, it was honestly a very big shock when I pulled up my phone and checked out the app, and it was like, instead of being 500 some odd, it was actually 600. I was just like, holy crap. It's been a wild ride so far. Go. Oh, cheesy rice. 3 of you jerkwads. How well is this going to work? Oh, okay, cool. Io, wake up, wake up. Now I've got to wait for the PE energy to build back up again. Get out of my way, you stupid. Okay, you know what? You're about to get it. And kaboom! Alright, 79 is not enough. I hate that I'm about to have to use one of my healing items, but better this than just getting TKO'd. And of course, I've already forgotten which one I shot the first time, so hopefully this is the right guy. Yep, that was the right one. Alright, Aya, wake up, wake up, wake up! Nope, nope. I said, nope, no. Oh, one-shot KO. Okay. I will. So how you doing today, Steve? Oh, there's a bird too. 2 birds. PE. Heal 2, bring myself back up to 109 HP. So I don't die as fast. Walked right into that stupid rat. That one's on me. EE, energy shot. Sucker right in front of me. Kablam! Alright, Aya, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up! Get the fuck off of me! Okay, there we go. Got that aggression out of my system. Oh, there's gonna be more. Wake up, Aya! About to die, Aya! So the game allows me to escape when I'm almost dead. But if I tried to escape immediately, it would be like, you failed to escape. I hate that so much. Oh, anyone who's watched my last couple of streams of this game will know just how much I hate that. I've reined myself in. We're not even an hour and 10 minutes into this yet, and I'm already getting heated. Just gotta try and relax myself. Sit back. Work out the kinks in my shoulders a little bit. Just try and relax. And I went the wrong way. Didn't I get a key? Oh, it's a trading card. what, once I'm in here, I can't leave unless I get TKO'd? That's baloney of the highest order. Alright, I've only got 4 hit points. With a raptor and a bat. Dodge for a bit so I can get enough PE together for a heal. Now I have 34 hit points. Isn't that fantastic? I tested positive for flu B, whatever that is, this week. And I'm just now back to 90-ish% after 10 days. Ooh, I didn't know that there was a flu B. But I'm sorry to hear that you're ill. I don't know why I was just about to call you Phil. I don't know why you're ill. I'm sorry that you're ill, Steve. If I can get the words out of my mouth in the proper order, that would be great. Seriously, I'm sorry that you're sick. My grandparents and my sister are actually ill this week as well. Some kind of upper respiratory infection. That's what I was told anyway. Alright, then there's going to be the rat and 2 birds. Oh, no you don't. Or yeah you do. Stop with the nonsense where you don't fire, and just fire your damn gun. 4 and 5. Or it blows up on 4. That's 2, I guess. One moment there, Steve. I saw you send a message. Just gonna grab this real quick. Passed out flat at work. People said it looked like I had a heart attack. Woke up in an ambulance. Jesus. That flu B sounds like no joke. Well, I'm glad you're recovering, Steve. Let's see, did I save before or after I refilled the ammo crate? Before, obviously. Of course. Alright. Gonna go to Central Park and start grinding up my level a bit. Try and get myself some more ammunition again. There's no sign of Eve, but the animals from the zoo are still on the loose. Well, okay then. Now I gotta go fight a bunch of stuff so that they can give me a bunch of stuff, which will hopefully be ammunition and healing items and stuff. Hospital said I had the flu B, laid in bed for 4 days. Yesterday I was better, or was way better. Today is much, much better. Tested negative yesterday, finally, so I'm going to relax, watch you, and cook today. Work can wait till Monday. Alright. Well, I'm glad I could be your entertainment for the day. Or, well, for whatever portion of the day it is for you at this point. So what you cooking today? don't have the key for this, so I gotta go back this way again. And that's fine. Come on now, game. When I was here just a few minutes ago, you gave me the random encounter with the giant monkey things with boomerang arms. Where are they now? Turns out the game decided not to randomly generate them this time. I'm going to be upset. Okay, at least this one decided to fire up. Two, three, 5. Keep myself mobile so I can avoid that. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opportunity, heal myself up. As long as that thing doesn't use its weird poison gas nonsense on me, I should be able to do this once more. Alright, back at full health. I'm going to wait for my PE meter to get all the way back up to the top. 5. My better half wants steak and some sort of seafood. She's not home yet, but the local fancy grocery store has lobster tails marked down from Valentine's, so I got us a couple, thawing them now. Nice. Sounds like a hell of a dinner. I'm going to be having chicken tonight myself. Nothing fancy, just a couple of chicken breasts in a pan baked in the oven with a bunch of, Italian dressing. A little recipe I picked up from my sister that she just calls Italian chicken. She does the same thing with barbecue sauce on occasion. You know, she'll put the chicken in the pan, just cover that stuff in barbecue sauce the same way that she would with the Italian dressing. It's actually quite good. Instead of dealing with this dork immediately, we're going to start by getting our health back up to full. Now we just dodge this doofus, back and forth action, and then towards him, and then away. Get the PE back up to full. 5. Bang, 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 and dead. Ooh, 4 items. Of course, it's mostly junk. All. Game, you are not depriving me of that med 1. Screw this cure poison. We're taking that. My nose is dribbling again. Here we go. Alright, more random encounters. The thing I was so vehemently against when I first started playing this game again, but now I'm actually enjoying this somewhat. Mostly out of necessity, but still. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 shots didn't kill him. 6. He decided he wanted to take 6 candy bullets. Although they weren't actual candy. They passed the smell test after washing them off. I always worry about buying seafood. Sometimes you get a stinker. Then you're the male Karen with the stinky seafood at the service counter trying to get a new pack. Very embarrassing. I personally haven't experienced that, but that does sound rather unpleasant. Although I did, interestingly, have a, not quite the same incident, but I had a retail-related food incident at the Goodwill of all places. I was at the bins the other day, just looking around, seeing what I could find, and of all things, I found expired canned food down in the bins with all the stuff. There was a thing of canned yams, which expired this past December, 2024, and there was a thing of red kidney beans that had also expired, unopened, mind you, just down in the bin. Wound up having to take them up to the front register and gave them to the lady so she could, do what she's got to do with them, whatever that is. Probably just throw them away. It was very strange. Run around in here. Hope I can get into some random encounters. And try and get up my ammunition stash so I can take out more of those mitochondria devolved creatures. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good job, Aya. Let's try and get that health all the way up, which it now is. Italian dressing and chicken is super good. I grilled that a lot in summer. And it is pretty tasty. More rounds of ammunition. Hell yeah. I just wonder what I'm going to have as a side dish to go with the chicken tonight. Just, running a little low on the old food stores, so I'll figure something out. Off with a heal 1, get myself back up to close to full health. Then we'll shoot this mutated beast. 4, 5, and he's dead. Let's go with ammunition, the junk can go somewhere else, and we'll move on to the next fight. Which should be right up this way. Okay. Odd. The last couple of times I went over there, I got to deal with those big trash heaps, or whatever you want to call them, compost piles with the vines. And now they're not there for some reason. How charming. Now, before I go getting too far, let me check my ammo stash. Only 34? Well, I have been blowing through a lot of ammunition having to fight these stupid things, so... Makes sense, but dagnabbit. There we go. Alright. That's okay, game, don't do that to me. I was like, why am I fighting Birdzilla? Also, why is my health down so far already? I just have to juke this stupid bird long enough for me to get in here and do one more PE. This should be all I need right here. There we are. Oh, I'll wait until my PE gets all the way filled. Alright, and now 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4, and the bird is dead. And it just had a lot of junk. Now what's my ammunition looking like? I've only got 12? I only have 12 ammunition. 2, 3, 4 medicine ones, 5 medicine ones. Oh well. It is what it is. It's going to be the snakes. It's always the snakes right here. Oh, just one single snake? Oh, hell no. I had to open my mouth, didn't I? At least the game let me escape, and it better put me on that side of the screen right over there. Oh, it'll put me over here so that the game has another opportunity to where when I run in that direction, it's going to go like, do a random encounter again. Yep. No, you don't. No, you don't, you son of a... I am leaving. This game really likes to screw with a person. And I mean, it really likes to screw with the person. Alright, let's go back to the precinct. Here, get myself a little drink of the old agua. Okay. Alright, I guess I'm gonna go fight that monster for Torres. And for those who don't remember what monster he's referring to, the giant mutated dog that was Shiva, that I struggled with so hard before. Yep. Shiva, are you okay? Pardon me, folks. I gotta stretch out my leg. My knee is starting to ache again. Look how Shiva's sick. Stop, don't hurt Shiva. She isn't Shiva. Eve's turned her into a monster, and the ache is getting worse. Hey, monster. Cover your eyes, Ben. Or close your eyes, Ben. Not to jinx it or anything, but the PS2 is actually doing a pretty good job displaying this time around. You're not touching him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Click, click, click. Damn it, I'm out. Oh. Yep. 3 rats and 1 bird. Two, 3, And I'm almost dead already. Isn't that fun? Short answer, no. No, it's not. I start shooting, idiot. Yeah, this game is not going to let me get any headway, so I just got to start attacking and hope I don't die before they kill me. I hope I don't die before they kill me. Hope I don't die before I kill them. Fuckers. Bastard. Fuck off. Get away from me! Okay, I was hoping to just get to, have you to chase me around and shit until I could shoot you to death after I got my PE back up. But no, you just wanted to fuck around and find out, didn't you, you son of a bitch? I was trying so hard not to get profane like that. But, Laptech's like, please help me. I stepped outside and those things were all over. You'll be safer here. Don't leave this room. Okay. Hey, you're hurt. I think I have enough supplies to treat you just once. Would you like some first aid? Hell yes, I would, considering. I'm sorry I don't have any more supplies here to treat your wounds. That's fine. Well, see ya. Here we go. Rainy has calmed down. Let's see, this guy's got some kind of trading card with him. I'm not gonna make it. Take the stuff in my locker. What? Locker key. He is dead. He is dead. Okay. I mean, it's not funny, but the way I was saying it, it's funny. Now the big wolf up here. You're the one that got Torres. No kidding, Aya. Keep him on the ropes until the energy shot. No. Actually, yes. This is a risky gambit right here. Oh yeah, wake up, wake up, wake up. Please wake up before it kills you. The energy shot. Oh yeah, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, stupid. Oh, fun. I'm out of ammunition. I've got to swap to another gun that has ammunition with it. So we're going to swap down to this. I'm probably going to get dead before I can use the damn thing. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. Okay. That one doesn't work. This one does, though. And so, away we go. Here, take my clip. I should have talked to this guy sooner. No worries, I'll be alright. Go after the... you go after Ben. He is dead. From this angle, she's touching him in a very awkward place there. Let's make her do it again. Okay, but yeah, for honest and for true, that man is no longer breathing. I was really hoping that guy would have some ammunition for me, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers, and I'm really begging for ammunition right about now. Alright, so I just got 15 bullets from that guy back there, Torres, which gives me a grand ammo crate total of 65. Okay. He is dead. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to run upstairs. Oh, wait, we're going to run over here. Hurry, before it's too late. Right, we already talked to him, and he already gave us some ammunition. He is dead. Shiva, are you okay? Ben, get away from her! Let go! Shiva's sick! Stop! Don't hurt Shiva! She isn't Shiva. Eve's turned her into a monster. A monster? Close your eyes, Ben. And then this happened. You're not touching him. 2, 4, click, click. Damn it, I'm out. Ah! 194 out of 195. I just realized that I didn't... what level am I? Two, three, four. Actually, you know what? Screw these rats. And screw Aya, apparently. Screw her so hard that she just dies. Apparently. That's what the game wants. Calm. Calm. Gotta find my center again. I don't want to go losing my freshness. There's 15 rounds of ammo from Warner. I thought it was Torres, but it's Warner. Then we leave the room. Yep. Screw you. Game, screw you. Game, screw you. Game, screw you. Game. Sorry about that, folks, but when I'm being wronged that hard, I just kind of fall into, I don't want to call it a psychosis, but I just fall into a little whatever that was, where I'm just like, I have to get these words out of my head, or it's going to drive me batty. Should put me up to 100%. So now we just juked this stupid bird until our PE meter goes all the way up. And thankfully, the bird is just slow enough that I can do this. Got in one hit. Taking that medicine. Right there. I'm also taking that medicine right there. Let's check the old ammo crate. There, 43 rounds. Could be a hell of a lot worse, but I wish it was a hell of a lot better. I'm pretty sure that one box on the counter in here should have 15 more rounds of ammo. Yes. Okay. Wish I would have remembered that sooner. But it is what it is. Eh. I'm not going into the kennel because I'm not dealing with the werewolfified German shepherds in there right this second. No, thank you. door's open? Oh, right. This room. This one that tried so hard to be a recreation of that scene from Resident Evil. But just couldn't quite hit the mark. No whammies, just let me go up the stairs. Thank you, game. Shiva, are you okay? Ben, get away from her. Let go, Shiva's sick. Yeah, Shiva's sick, dog. Shiva's just one sick dog, man. That was so bad. I am so sorry I did that. Stop! Don't hurt Shiva! She isn't Shiva. Eve's turned her into a monster. A monster? Close your eyes, Ben. You're not touching him. 2, 3, 4. Click, click. Damn it, I'm out. Ah! Yep, that didn't work. I was hoping it would, though. Are you freaking kidding me? I wasted that on the bird. Huh? Let's go with this one. Oh, 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 yep. Fuck you and die. 2, 3, 4, 5. Aya, you're focusing on that sucker over there first. 3, 4, 5. One, two, three. Go. 17. There we are. Used up way more ammo than it gave me. But tis what it is. And what it isn't is fine. PE. I know it's waiting for me right there at the top of the stairs. I'm gonna get up there. It's gonna be 3 friggin' mutant rats. They shoot fire from their tails, and it's gonna be the one bird. As soon as I get to that second floor tile. Shit. Okay. Okay. Technically, I didn't actually want to go in here, but whatever. Oh, okay, apparently I've already been in here and been healed. Joyful. Does that mean I've already been up here and dealt with the giant werewolf dog? Yep. He is dead. Eve, I'm not gonna let you get away with this. Okay, yeah, just the same thing again. Okay, so how much ammo do I have in the old crate? 30 rounds. Joyful, joyful, joyful. Okay, if I can get to the Shiva fight, oh, I forgot about this crap. Get over there, and then there's going to be the werewolf dogs, 2 of them, and the one stupid giant spider. And they're going to kick my ass, and I'm going to have to go through all this shit again. Unless I get really lucky right here. I'm not getting really lucky. Come on, game, let me attack. So I took a half step too far forward, and then the game was like, yeah, you stepped on a spider web. You just took all the damage you had left over, plus a few extra hit points, so fuck you and die. That's what just happened? That's what just happened. Alright, gonna pause that right there, because I have to go use the restroom. On that note, I'm going to just quickly throw in the chat. Bathroom break! Exclamation point. And while I'm off taking care of that, I'll leave my new little friend that I just got in the mail today, who is apparently a bit too short. You know. No, that wouldn't work either. Yep, of course my toe would snag the damn controller and drag it to the floor. Of course it would. Good job, Foot. Let's go ahead and put you on this old camera bag. There you go. So anyway, there's my new little friend. He can be something for y'all to look at till I get done in the bathroom, which is probably going to unfortunately take me a little bit. Actually, to make things more interesting, visually speaking, let's also throw this guy in there. You were actually staring at the camera. There we go. Anyway, I'll be back, folks. Alrighty. I have returned. And my office is just getting more and more cluttered with all this silly nonsense. I'll be back over to the game in just a moment. Just kind of decluttering a little bit. All the packaging material that came out of the box this fella was in was very much in my way. Okay. So I have returned. Slappy. And new guy. Split you two up. Slappy, you go on the floor right there. There's a new guy. Just kind of lay you back in the box you came out of. Over there. Camera thing can go over here. And I can resume my rightful place in the gaming chair. Controller in hand. Hopefully they didn't do anything too out of line while I was away. Yeah. Focusing on the one that attacked you first. And you're gonna get dead again real quick because you're an idiot. I keep getting shot down, but I'm not going to give up just yet. And I'm going to tear into something that I've been wanting to try for a while. I actually got this from a friend to be able to try here on, the internet. Peanut butter and jelly M&Ms. Now I heard from another friend that these are actually not good, or not great. So let's go ahead and find out together just how bad and or mediocre these things really are. Alright. So they're supposed to taste like peanut butter and jelly, obviously. So let's see what kind of jelly. From one person I talked to, they said that it tastes like one kind, but I'm curious if this batch of these are going to taste like the same. So those were, oh, you got the PB&J M&Ms already? Yeah. Yeah, like you said, they're okay. Well, so far they're okay. I'm getting a lot of the peanut butter. The very, very small, minute traces of the jelly flavor so far. Also, I got a mutant. Check it out. A mutant, almost corn nugget looking, or should I say corn nugget looking thing. I think the flavor of the chocolate is overpowering the jelly. Mm. Mm. Oh. That was the one I dropped on the floor. Alright. And those were mostly only just okay. With that last big mouthful I just got, I'm getting a hint of the jelly flavor. It's coming through a little bit more richly than with the other handfuls I had. I think it's supposed to be grape jelly. Well, that is what my one friend told me it was supposed to taste like, was grape jelly and peanut butter. I'm glad to know they were correct. Alright, with that nonsense out of the way and now flowing into my system, let's get back to this nonsense. Let's see if I can get downstairs and get to Torres and hopefully get 15 more rounds of ammunition from the little box on the counter. Really hoping he's going to be able to do that for me. I'm also really hoping I'm not going to have to deal with that big, brutish German Shepherd werewolf looking nonsense. Hey, it actually let me escape. Now, will it let me cross the hall to Torres' door, or is it going to just continue throwing me back into that stupid fight? There we go. Alright, Aya found the doorknob, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Aya, you did it. Apparently, I already got the 15 rounds of ammo from him. There should be something in here. Swapped out a Cure M for a tool. Or vice versa. Regardless, it is what it is. Get the ammunition from the guy in here. I'm pretty sure I did, but just to be on the safe side. Once I've blown my nose. I'll now have to check and see. Here, take my clip. That'll do. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Honest and for truly, thank you, dude. What is 31? So that means I had 16 before. It's not a great amount of ammo. Alright, we're going to go back to Central Park, and I'm going to grind my way to getting some more ammunition. And part of that is going to involve doing something I really don't want to have to do. Which is going to be going in there with the Billy Club. You know, the club. Swap that out for Club 2. Just this way, hopefully, I'll be able to bash those things to death with the club and claim my reward of ammunition and healing items, which I've been complaining about this entire time, but damn it, this game is very, very stingy with that kind of stuff. As I say that, I get a medicine 1. Not fighting the snakes. Fuck you, game. Go away. I'm not fighting snakes with a billy club. The monkey things and the birds, yes, I will fight them. The snakes, no. Because the snakes can poison me. Now I'm only down by 70 hit points. I think, if I read that correctly. So those have already been used. Okay, now that it's been a few minutes since I've had those M&Ms, I'm starting to get the artificial strawberry. Artificial grape flavor. Yeah, that's about what my friend was telling me it was like. It's almost perfumey. Not that one, Aya, you idiot. Yeah, this was a total mistake. I just used up all of my I just used up all of my healing items. Alright, the next thing I find, I'm just gonna let it kill me. That was the stupidest decision that I've made. Granted, I couldn't have known that if I hadn't have tried it, but that was really, really stupid. not going to do anything, dipstick. Are you going to hurt me, or are you going to try to hurt me? No thanks, I'll hurt myself on you. One more. Come on, Aya, just one more and then it's over. There. That was so stupid. But now I know. Not to do that again. Damn it. All right. Now how much ammo do I have? 65. Okay. $194 out of 195 hit points. Okay. Hurry before it's too late. You got it, dude. All right. Up the stairs we go. Shiva, are you okay? Then get away from her. Let go, Shiva's sick. Stop, don't hurt Shiva. She isn't Shiva, Eve's turned her into a monster. Hey, monster. Close your eyes, Ben. And then it happened. Not gonna lie, as much as this game frustrates me, it's got cool designs to it. You're not touching him! 2, 4, click. Damn it, I'm out. Ah! That's what Daniel said. Or, no, Ben said. But if I could get a figurine of that dog, that would be an interesting little thing to have sitting around in the background. I don't know if they make one, but it would be kind of cool. Okay. You son of a... Oh! We're doing this shit again, are we, game? Why in the fuck do you keep not letting me escape? I hate that so much. hate that so much, but I'm not gonna let it be the thing that tips me over into being too angry to continue. No, 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 no. It's too early for that. I'm gonna get myself a little bit of a drink. Rounds from him, take my clip. Every little bit helps, as y'all know. Alright, so we're going to go back to Central Park, and we're going to try this again. You know, the whole thing about trying to get more ammunition and stuff. In we go. Now, if memory serves, I should have 65 rounds of ammunition. Check that real quick. Yep. I'm not wasting a single bullet on these stupid snakes. Told you. I'm not wasting a single bullet on those stupid things right there. Game, I'm telling you, you are not going to force me to waste my ammunition and my time with these snakes. It's not happening. No. Fuck off. You're going to let me leave, game. I'm going that way, up. I'm not fighting the stupid snakes, so forget about it. That's right. I told you. Okie dokie. Now then, I gotta play this smart. So let's get a full count of how much ammo I have. First, we're going to reload this. Okay. So we have... Didn't realize I had a med too. Very nice. Very nice. But anyway, I have 72 rounds as of right now. I don't know where those other few rounds came. Oh, yes, I do. Because I had 65 and... Yeah. 65 and 7 is that number. Here it's doing that thing where it makes me think I'm going to fight a giant bird for no real reason. And it's all junk. Nope. Not taking it. Okay, so I had 72 rounds a minute ago. So now I have, let's see, I have 60 rounds left. So I've used 12 rounds. And the game didn't see fit to give me any ammunition back. It's 5. So now we're up to 17 rounds used. Gives me back 12 ammunition. Okay, so let's take a looky-loo here. Started off, I had 65. No, I had 72. Because there were 65 in here, and there were 7 rounds in there. Now I'm down to 60. So in total, I'm down 16 rounds. I guess this is one of those you have to use bullets to get bullets kind of thing. Kind of like the old adage of you gotta spend money to make money. That for nothing. Is that all you got, Monkey Man? You slap like my grandmother. Come on, what else you got? I suppose bumping into me like that. It's one way to do it. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, you dead. Only 6 rounds of ammunition would suck. Swap out the cure poison. There. So I went from 17 to to 50. Not 17. I went from 72 down to 50. So that's a loss of 22 rounds. This game is just so stingy with ammunition all of a sudden, it's crazy. Snakes, right? Yep, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this game. Not wasting my ammunition on those damn snakes. Fuck off. Game, you're not listening to me. I said I am not doing this. Thank you. Seriously, sometimes these games just don't listen to reason. And then, thankfully, sometimes they do. Like just now, as a matter of fact. But I think I just saw something back there. Let me investigate a little something or other. Probably wrong. Nope, game, I told you. Not doing this. But anyway, to explain, if you see, let's see how close I can, no, I can't get very close at all. Okay, you see where I is standing right there? How there's that gray thing right down here? I was thinking that this thing that she's tracing along right here might have been one of those boxes, one of those useful boxes for putting things in or extracting things. But, unfortunately, it is not. Apparently. Good thing this gate was already open. Okay, that just leads me back up to the amphitheater. This way leads me to more random encounters. Just got to go around the beef jerkified person back there. Okay, this is what I was trying to do. Alright, should be the polar bear with, yep, the electric polar bear. Nope. Yep. Gave me 15 ammunition. So now we have 43 plus the 16 that's in here. So So we have 59 rounds. So now we're down 13 rounds of ammunition. We're getting there. We're slowly getting there. And by slowly, I mean slowly getting there. Trying to get to where there's a net positive of the ammunition coming in versus the ammunition I'm, loading into these stupid creatures. And by loading in, I mean that I'm using on these stupid creatures. I just cannot talk ever. It is the most frustrating crap. It's like I have this perfectly logical string of words that I'd want to say, and my tongue's like, well, we'll see about that. I'll go to say something completely benign, and then suddenly I'll turn into Courage the Cowardly Dog. There. Was there something back here? I think I thought, yep, one of those electric polar bears should be showing up right here now. Oh, and a bird. Okay. One, two, three, four. Are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give me some bullets. Okay, we got 15 more ammo. Taking the junk, just taking the ammunition. There we are. All right, now where are we at? $65. Cool, now we're only down by 7 bullets from where we started. Okay, that one's already empty. Random, but okay. Onward, Aya. Onward! Onward and downward. Just made a complete friggin' loop-de-loop. Okay, so we're gonna go up here, and where there's that branching path, we're gonna make a left this time. To the left, to the left. Eyes running through the snow, through the path to the left. Alright, it was already here. I know that for a fact. On the computer real quick because I keep seeing something that's distracting me, and it's gone. Good job, me. Give A little pat on the head there. Nothing to say about that one. Alright, Aya, I don't blame you. Interesting camera angles, though. Now we're back to here again. This is what I get for trying to take the branching paths and trying to find more places where I can, find random encounters to get more ammunition and more healing items. Will that polar bear come back again? Or was that a two-time deal? Okay, I can't do anything with the door. First time I've tried it, all things considered. That's an oversight on my part. Here, and she randomly just walks for a step or two. Okay. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get up to up at the old amphitheater. Okay, I can't get backstage this time, which only makes sense. Okay, apparently I can't get into any trouble over at the old amphitheater because it's all closed off this time. I mean, it makes sense. I've already done that part, so... Eh. Alright, game, I'll fight the stupid snakes. As a reminder, we were only down by 7 bullets before I decided to get into this stupid fight. And I'm not going to get nearly as many bullets as I'm wasting right now from these stupid things, if I get any at all. Fucker, I was dodging you. Not supposed to get to attack me whilst I'm dodging you. Yeah, see, I got 6 rounds of ammunition from all that. Which means that now we are at a net loss of, let's see, 15 rounds left. Okay, so let's see. We have 29 rounds left. 29 rounds of ammunition. So grabbing up the old trusty phone and bringing up the calculator app. Alright, so we take our 72 that we started with, right there, and we subtract the 29 we currently have. We're at a net loss of 43 bullets now. There was a net loss of only 7, but then I decided I would take a chance on, fighting the snake and the birds. And boy, did we not improve those numbers. See, that right there is the reason why I don't fight the snakes, or why I haven't been fighting the snakes. They just eat up so much of my ammunition and so much of my time. Plus, of course, there's the BS of them getting a bite or two in on me and then suddenly, oh no, I'm poisoned and I'm taking damage without getting, attacked. Ah, well. It is whatever. And whatever it is. I'm going to go back in one more time because I want to try and get back some of my ammunition, damn it. Come on, Aya. We got this. There goes my knee starting to ache again. Only just to nip that in the bud, I'm going to do that. Stretch out the poor thing, and of course, as I stretch out my leg, it starts to hurt worse. Ha ha ha. Oh. I think I might already actually be starting to get arthritis in my knees, and I'm not even 40 yet. game, I wasn't even in that area of the park. I was way down here by this skating rink thing. Come on, game, quit being stingy and give me some random encounters. Officially, I have been streaming for 3 hours. Alright. You win, game. I'm not gonna look for random encounters in there at the moment. I'll be back. I'm not fighting your snakes, because I don't have enough ammunition for this. No, game, I am not fighting your snakes. I said no. No means no. It's nice when a game finally listens. Wasted so much ammunition on that stupid freaking thing I just did. Let's go to the American Museum of Natural History and try and drum up some more ammunition and healing items over here. If it'll let me in. I don't know if it will. I hope it will, but I don't know. Nope. Well, frig me then, I guess, right? Let's go back to Carnegie Hall. There's got to be something I can fight in here. Oh, it's not. Hey, you can't just come barging in here. You ain't getting no special treatment. I tell ya, my holidays are ruined because of this. They'd better give me extra vacation days for this. What are you doing here? Saw you on the TV. You're from the 17th Precinct, aren't you? You're the one that survived. Yes. Just like Harry Potter, she is the one who lived. Oh, shoot, I've never thought of it that way, but yes. She's the woman who lived. Alright, I've exhausted all my other options. We're back to the precinct, I guess. Swap my gonna swap my weapon. Gonna swap my weapon for the club. We're gonna go smack a bunch of enemies and hope that we can get some stuff from them. And not die in the process. I keep thinking that the storage key right down here is the one I need to open up that particular locker. But now that I'm thinking on it, I need a locker key to open up a locker. Because that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Okay. So let's go over to the kennel and see just how ineffective, well... Oh, this is... So this is where the storage key goes, to the storage room. Oh, I'll take it. It's extra bullets. It's full. Tool. I'm going to put that right back because I don't need it. I could use it, sure, but I don't need it. Let's go ahead and use that offense +1 on the evil blaster. Here, okay. Now then, let's go see just how ineffective the club is against these werewolf things. I'm okay. Please find Ben. Oop. Yep, that's just how ineffective the friggin' nightstick is against the werewolf things. Very, very ineffective. God damn. Pardon my language, but good God. Run game, hit the triangle button. Just want to check it. wait right here, and when they finally decide to attack... Aha! Uh-huh. And you get yours, and you get yours, and you get yours, and you get yours, and you get yours. Now you die. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four, five. One, two. 45 rounds of ammo. Finally, the game is actually starting to give me something good. Even though I just blew through a bunch of ammo already. So I now have 58 rounds. She already treated me, so I don't get anything, so I can just... The guy's dead already. I already got the stuff from up that way. And my nose is itchy all of a sudden. And now, the best I can expect for right here, the best I can hope for, the best I can expect, is to get dead fairly quickly by these jerkwads. Three, four, five. One, two, three, four. R. Attack. 5. Five. One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay. One, two, three. Okay. I somehow did not get dead. 15 ammo and 2 medicine 2s. That's good. Med 2 restores 90 HP. That's all I've got left are those 2 med 2s. I've got 48 ammo left for the evil blaster. Alright. Down 26 HP. And I'm about to go into the fight with Shiva. Finally. Let's dance. Aya! Aya, Uncle Baker's hurt! Shiva? It's not Shiva! Shiva's already dead! Aya, please, don't let her turn into a monster! She hasn't already. I've made that joke already. Come on, I'm the one you want. I'm the one that you want. Ooh, 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 baby. Full health. Was full health. Shiva, you bitch. And I can get away with that because, well, she is in fact a female dog. Aya, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wait. Energy shot. Middle head. Or middle face, I should say. Aya, wake up! Wake up, Aya! Aya, wake up! Woke up just in time to get dead because you got caught up on a chair, it looks like. Damn it, I shot at the wrong head. Yep. I'm not letting myself say that word. Fun is the word we're going to say instead. Fun you, Aya, and fun this game, and fun Shiva, and fun all of this. Nope. No game, you're not doing this to me twice in a row. No. I'm conserving my ammo, and I'm escaping. Fun you game, I am going to escape from this. You will not stop me. Stop trying to stop me from getting away from this game. Oh, now that I've taken damage, will you... Fun you funning, stupid fun piece of fun. Fun you game. Seriously, the game didn't force me. The game got Aya there, stuck. No, not the. Aya got stuck on the stupid bird, which attacked her to death, and then she fell over. Does that make sense to you? Because it does not make sense to me. Yes, it's a game. Games don't have to make sense. They play by their own rules. But damn it, when their rules make that little sense, it gets on my nerves. No game, we're not doing this. I'm not fighting your stupid spiders. I'm escaping up the stairs. not going to force me to take damage this time, game. I'm escaping up these stairs. I think I said escape, but regardless, I am escaping up these stairs. Quit putting me back here, game. I was up there. My eye is getting itchy. Thank you, game, for letting me escape. And you had better let me escape this time, game, instead of pulling that crap where, oh, I got past it, and then suddenly, boom, 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 and right back into the damn fight. No. You are not doing that to me. And see? I already went through this crap already. I already went through this crap. Stupid game. Echo. He is dead. We are not. And we still have... Evil Blaster has 21 rounds. Ammo crate. 16. 22 and 15. That's 37 rounds of ammunition. Me. There goes the game again, screwing me over. Bring it back down. Then I'm going to get attacked and not dead, because I just used up another of my healing items. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Bang, bang, and you're dead. Leveled up. Doesn't matter too much because I don't have enough ammunition for this next fight. I have 27 rounds of ammunition. At least in this gun. My only hope is to do energy shots until it dies. Oh yeah! Uncle Baker's hurt! Shiva? Like, oh my god! It's not Shiva! Shiva's already dead! Aya, please, don't let her turn into a monster! Come on, I'm the one you want. I just realized I've only got 53 hit points. One hit and I'm done. HP. I just realized this creature is doing the exact same attack pattern as that stupid thing from the ship later on in the game. And then the game pins me in a fucking corner again. I couldn't hold myself back from putting the "k" in there. Aya, wake up. She woke up just in time to die. Wasn't that pleasant? I'm trying so hard to hold it together. Okay. What the actual hell? Okay, so if anyone was actually watching just now and heard that, randomly, Beetlejuice over here just fell off the shelf. Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Beetlejuice? I guess it is really dead around here, isn't it? Well, since you're off the shelf, I might as well let you do your thing for the camera. Where's that button? Alright. Any last words before I put you back up on the shelf where you're supposed to be? Alrighty then. He's back where he's supposed to be. Just lean him back a little bit more. Oh, Beetlejuice. There we go. Okay. That's so bizarre. I hope it doesn't have anything to do with my new puppet. I really hope it doesn't have anything to do with the new guy. I think after the next time I get TKO'd, I'm going to pause and do some reading. For you, the audience, of course. I'll just dip into the archives that are the bookshelves in my bedroom and grab us a nice little something. A nice spooky little something. What I got hooked up on? I wasn't expecting to get TKO'd so quickly. So I'm gonna get back into the game. load up that file. We'll just leave it paused right there. I'm going to go grab a book. And when I get back, we'll have a little story time, I guess. Swap this over to this. Okay. Got the chat back up. And as a way to just chill, get my mind back where it's supposed to be, and just get my head on straight. Going to be taking a read at a couple of Alvin Schwartz books from the 80s and 90s. Ones that have been on this channel before, multiple times. In a Dark, Dark Room and Other Scary Stories. And the book that he is more widely known for, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. The treasury of all three of those books in one complete volume. So here we go. I'm going to start with In a Dark, Dark Room, read my way all the way through it, and then we'll start on the Scary Stories treasury. All right. So the stories contained within In a Dark, Dark Room are The Teeth, In the Graveyard, The Green Ribbon, the title story In a Dark, Dark Room, The Night It Rained, The Pirate, and The Ghost of John. This also includes the foreword, which is it's a little thing they put in at the start of a book that kind of leads you into it. And then the origins of these stories, where they come from, as it's called right here. So starting from the teeth and moving our way forward. Starting from the forward, moving our way to the teeth, and then on from there. Most of us like scary stories because we like feeling scared. When there is no real danger, feeling scared is fun. The best time for these stories is at night, which, as of the filming of this particular stream, or the streaming of this stream, it is. In front of a fire or in the dark. Let me try that again. The best time for these stories is at night, in front of a fire or in the dark. Tell them slowly and quietly, and everyone will have a good time. Well, here. I'm going to dim things a little bit. Adjust my lighting situation. Click. That screwed up the green screen. Okay, I cannot do that. Unfortunately. Alright. So now on to The Teeth. I was hurrying home in the dark when I saw a man walking toward me. Do you know what time it is? I asked. The man lit a match and looked... Excuse me. The man lit a match to look at his watch. It is 8 o'clock, he said. Then he grinned at me. His teeth were 3 inches long. When I saw them, I ran. Soon I came to another man. Why are you running? The man asked. I just met a man with teeth this long, I said. It scared me. My teeth are longer than that, said the man, and he grinned at me. When I saw his teeth, I ran. Soon I came to another man. Why are you running? He asked. I just saw a man with teeth this long, I said. That's nothing, said the guy. Did you ever see teeth this long? I took one look and I ran all the way home. In the graveyard. In the graveyard. Do 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 do. A woman in a graveyard sat. Whoa. Very short and very fat. Well, that's kind of rude, isn't it? Whoa. She saw three corpses carried in. Whoa. Very tall and very thin. Whoa. To the corpses, the woman said, Will I be like you when I am dead? Whoa. To the woman, the corpses said, You will be like us when you are dead. Whoa. And to the corpses, the woman said, Ah! That was my worst scream, but I'm going to stick with it. Yep. Scary Stories Treasury, you are not falling off my leg. I forbid it. The Green Ribbon. Once there was a girl named Jenny. She was like all the other girls, except for one thing. She always wore a green ribbon around her neck. There was a boy named Alfred in her class. Alfred liked Jenny, and Jenny liked Alfred. One day he asked her, Why do you wear that ribbon all the time? I cannot tell you, said Jenny. But Alfred kept asking, Why do you wear it? And Jenny would say, It is not important. Jenny and Alfred grew up and fell in love. One day they got married. After their after their wedding, Alfred said, Now that we are married, you must tell me about the green ribbon. You still must wait, said Jenny. I will tell you when the right time comes. Years passed. Alfred and Jenny grew old. One day, Jenny became very sick. The doctor told her she was dying. Jenny called Alfred to her side. Alfred, she said, now I can tell you about the green ribbon. Untie it, and you will see what I could not tell you before. Slowly and carefully, Alfred untied the ribbon. And Jenny's head fell off. Dun 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 dun. Dun. In a dark, dark room, in a dark, dark wood, there was a dark, dark house. And in that dark, dark house, there was a dark, dark room. And in that dark, dark room, there was a dark, dark chest. And in that dark, dark chest, there was a dark, dark shelf. And on that dark, dark shelf, there was a dark, dark box. And in that dark, dark box, there was a ghost. The night it rained. It was late at night. I was driving past the cemetery when I saw a boy standing in the rain. Do you want to ride home? I asked. Yes, please, he said. I live on Front Street, next to the school. I handed him my old sweater. It's cold tonight, I said, and you are wet. You'd better put this on. After that, we did not talk. When we stopped at his house, I said, Keep the sweater. I will get it tomorrow. What is your name? Jim, he said. Thanks for the ride. I stopped for the sweater the next day. A woman came to the door. "Is Jim home?" I asked. "I have come to pick up my sweater." She looked at me in a strange way. "It must have been another boy," she said. "Jim is our son, but he has been dead for almost a year. He is buried in the cemetery." I told her how sorry I was, and I left. I did not know what to think. The next morning I went to the cemetery. I wanted to see Jim's grave. Lying across the grave was my sweater. The Pirate. Ruth was spending her vacation with her cousin Susan. "A pirate once lived in our house," Susan told Ruth. He died in the room where you are staying. His ghost is supposed to haunt that room, but we have never seen it." "I don't believe in ghosts," said Ruth. But the thought of a pirate haunting her room scared her a little. Before she got into bed that night, Ruth looked everywhere. She looked under the bed, under the rug, in the closet, and in the drawers, behind the dresser, and behind the curtains, and anywhere else a ghost might hide. But she did not find a thing. Ruth yawned and stretched and got into bed. She turned off the light and snuggled under the covers. "Just as I thought," she said to herself. "There is no such thing. There is no one in this room but me." Then a big voice said, "And me." The Ghost of John. Now, in the book here, it's just the story version, but I like to read this one as I heard it once when I was just a little kid, in the form of a song. "Have you seen the ghost of John? Long white bones with the skin all gone. Ooh, wouldn't it be chilly with no skin on?" That's it. Nice little short one. And that was the last story in the book, right? Ghost of John. Yep. Where the stories come from. The Teeth is based on a scary. The bleh. The Teeth is based on a story from Suriname, Dutch Guyana. I hope I pronounced that right. Collected in the 1920s by Melville and Francis Herskowitz. In the Graveyard is a short version of the traditional song Old Woman All Skin and Bone. The Green Ribbon is based on a European folk motif in which a red thread is worn around a person's neck. The thread marks the place where the head was cut off, then reattached. In a Dark, Dark Room is known in England and America. The Night It Rained is based on variants of the widespread folktale of the ghostly hitchhiker. The Pirate is based on a reference in a dictionary of British folk tales in the English language by Catherine M. Briggs, V3, page 416. The Ghost of John was collected by the compiler of in the ugh. The Ghost of John was collected by the compiler in 1979 from Lynette M. Lee, age 8, of Stockton, California. About the author. Alvin Schwartz compiled over 24 books of folklore for young readers that explores everything from wordplay and humor to tales and legends of all kinds. His books include Tomfoolery, Trickery and Foolery with Words, A Twister of Twists, A Tangler of Tongues, Flapdoodle, Pure Nonsense from American Folklore, and I Saw You in the Bathtub and Other Folk Rhymes, an I Can Read book. His very popular collections of Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, More Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, and Scary Stories 3 in the I Can Read book, Ghosts. Huh. So apparently, this came first, and then this one came around. But now I know of another book that I want to try and track down. The I Can Read book called Ghosts, about the illustrator. Dirk Zimmer is a native of Germany who now lives in New York City. He attended the Academy of Fine Arts in Hamburg, Germany, and his work has been shown in private galleries in Switzerland, Germany, and France. Mr. Zimmer has illustrated several children's books, including one he wrote himself, The Trick or Treat Trap. Then we have a bunch of other books and stuff listed on the back here from the level 2 of I Can Read books that it suggests a person would enjoy. And then we have the back of the book, which reads as follows: Creak, crash, boo! Shivering skeletons, ghostly pirates, chattering corpses, and haunted graveyards, all to chill your bones. Share these seven spine-tingling? Share these seven spine-tingling stories in a dark, dark room. So yeah, there's that. And now, on to Scary Stories Treasury. 3 books to chill your bones, collected from folklore and retold by Alvin Schwartz, illustrated by Stephen Gamble. Let's see. Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. The original book is copyright 1981. More Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark was originally copyrighted in 1984. And Scary Stories 3, More Tales to Chill Your Bones, was copyrighted in 1991. And this book itself was from... Don't tell me this particular publication of the thing doesn't... Oh, 2013. So this book is 11 years old. 12. This book is 12 years old. Spooky. All right. Oh, cool. In the very front of the book, it actually tells some things about some of the stories that are included in at least the first book here. The Thing is adapted from an untitled story in Blue Nose Ghosts by Helen Crichton, with permission of McGraw-Hill Ryerson Limited, Toronto, copyright 1957, the Ryerson Press. The Haunted House is adapted from a story of that title in American Folk Tales and Songs by Richard Chase, with permission of Dover Publications, copyright 1956, Richard Chase, 1971, Dover Publications. Aaron Kelly's Bones is adapted from Dade Aaron II in Doctor to the Dead by John Bennett, with permission of Russell and Volkening, Incorporated, as agents for the author, copyright 1943 and 1971 by Mr. Bennett. Meet-I Doty Walker is adapted from the tale The Rash Dog and the Bloody Head, which appeared in the Hoosier Folk Bulletin, Volume 1, 1942, used by permission of Dr. Herbert Halpert, collector of the tale. Alligators is adapted from the Alligator Story in Sticks in the Knapsack and Other Ozark Folk Tales by Vance Randolph, with permission of the Columbus University Press, copyright 1958 by the Columbia University Press. The White Wolf is adapted from a story of that title in The Telltale Lilac Bush and Other West Virginia Ghost Tales by Ruth N. Musick. With permission from the University of Kentucky Press, copyright 1965 by the University of Kentucky Press. A New Horse is adapted from the tale Bridling the Witch in Upcutchin and Down Greasy, the Couch's Tales and Songs, reprinted as Sangbranch Settlers, Folk Songs and Tales of an Eastern Kentucky Family by Leonard W. Roberts, With permission of Dr. Roberts, copyright 1980 by Leonard W. Roberts. The musical notation on page 19 and page 40 was transcribed and illustrated by Melvin Wildberger. That was a lot of words I just read in a short span of time. So without further delay, let's get right into this. The contents are as follows. Strange and Scary Things. Chapter 1. Ah! The Big Toe, The Walk, What Do You Come For? Me tie doty walker. A Man Who Lived in Leeds, Old Woman All Skin and Bone. Chapter 2. He heard footsteps coming up the cellar stairs. Has The Thing, Cold as Clay, The White Wolf, The Haunted House, and The Guests. They Eat Your Eyes, They Eat Your Nose, which is Chapter 3, has the tales The Hearse Song, The Girl Who Stood on a Grave, A New Horse, Alligators, Room for One More, The Wendigo, The Dead Man's Brains, and May I Carry Your Basket. Without further delay, oh wait, there's a couple more chapters that it talks about on the next page. Chapter 4 is Other Dangers, which has the stories The Hook, The White Satin Evening Gown, High Beams, and The Babysitter. And for Chapter 5, they apparently just recopied the title of Chapter 1, which has the stories The Viper, The Attic, The Slithery D, Aaron Kelly's Bones, Wait Till Martin Comes, and The Ghost with the Bloody Fingers. And then there's notes and sources, a bibliography, and acknowledgments on the pages after that. But I think we'll skip that for this book. So, Strange and Scary Things, which is kind of like the foreword into this. Pioneers used to entertain themselves by telling scary stories. At night they might gather in somebody's cabin or around a fire and see who could scare the others the most. Some girls and boys in my town do the same thing today. They get together at somebody's house and they turn out the lights and eat popcorn and scare one another half to death. Telling scary stories is something people have done for thousands of years. For most of us, like being scared in that way. Since there isn't any danger, we think it is fun. Why am I so gassy all of a sudden? There are a great many scary stories to tell. There are ghost stories. There are tales of witches, devils, and bogeymen. Boogeymen, but it's, bogey. Zombies and vampires. There are tales of monstrous creatures and of other dangers. There are even stories that make us laugh at all this scariness. Some of these tales are very old, and they are told around the world, and most have the same origins. They are based on things that people saw or heard or experienced or thought they did. Many years ago, a young prince became famous for a scary story he started to tell but did not finish. His name was Mamilius, and he probably was 9 or 10 years old. William Shakespeare told about him in The Winter's Tale. It was on a dark winter's day that his mother, the queen, asked him for a story. A sad tale is best for winter, he said. I have one of sprites and goblins. Do your best to frighten me with your sprites, she said. You're powerful at it. I shall tell it softly, he said. Yon crickets shall not hear it. And he began. There was a man dwelt by a churchyard, but that was as far as he got, for at that moment the king came in and arrested the queen and took her away, and soon after that Mamilius died. No one knows how he would have finished his story. If you started as he did, what would you tell? Most scary stories are, of course, meant to be told. There are scary stories, they are more scary that way. But how you tell them is important. As Mamilius knew, the best way is to speak softly so that your listeners lean forward to catch your words, and to speak slowly so that your voice sounds scary. And the best time to tell these stories is at night, in the dark and the gloom. It is easy for someone listening to imagine all sorts of strange and scary things. Princeton, New Jersey, Alvin Schwartz. So chapter 1, like I said, is called Ah! This chapter is filled with jump stories you can use to make your friends jump with fright. Starting off with a classic, The Big Toe. A boy was digging at the edge of the garden when he saw a big toe. He tried to pick it up, but it was stuck to something. So he gave it a good hard jerk, and it came off in his hand. Then he heard something groan and scamper away. The boy took the toe into the kitchen and showed it to his mother. "It looks nice and plump," she said. "I'll put it in the soup, and we'll have it for supper." That night his father carved the toe into 3 pieces, and they each had a piece. Then they did the dishes, and when it got dark, they went to bed. The boy fell asleep almost at once, but in the middle of the night a sound awakened him. It was something out in the street. It was a voice, and it was calling to him. "Where is my toe?" it groaned. The boy heard that. When the boy heard that, he got very scared. But he thought, it doesn't know where I am. It will never find me. Then he heard the same voice once more, only now it was closer. "Where is my toe?" it groaned. The boy pulled the blankets over his head and closed his eyes. I'll go to sleep," he thought. "When I wake up, it'll be gone." But soon he heard the back door open, and again he heard the voice. "Where is my toe?" it groaned. Then the boy heard footsteps, moved through the kitchen, into the dining room, into the living room, into the front hall. Then slowly they climbed the stairs. Closer and closer they came. Soon they were in the upstairs hall. Now they were outside his door. "Where is my toe?" the voice groaned. The door opened. Shaking with fear, he listened as the footsteps slowly moved through the dark toward his bed. Then they stopped. "Where is my toe?" the voice groaned. "You've got it!" At this point, pause, then jump at the person next to you and shout those words. The big toe also has another ending. When the boy hears the voice calling for its toe, he finds a strange-looking creature up in the chimney. The boy is so frightened he can't move. He just stands there and stares at it. Finally, he asks, "What you got such big eyes for?" The creature answers, "To look you through and through." "What you got such big claws for?" "To scratch up your grave." "What you got such a big mouth for?" "To swallow you whole." "What you got such sharp teeth for?" "To chomp your bones." And as you give that last line, you pounce on one of your friends. Although I'm sure if you tried that, you'd wind up with one less friend, all things considered, depending on how your friends react to stuff like that. The Walk. My uncle was walking down a lonely dirt road one day. He came upon a man who was also walking down that road. The man looked at my uncle, and my uncle looked at the man. The man was scared of my uncle, and my uncle was scared of that man. But they kept on walking, and it began to get dark. The man looked at my uncle, and my uncle looked at the man. The man was very scared of my uncle, and my uncle was very scared of that man. But they kept on walking, and they came to a big woods. It was getting darker, and the man looked at my uncle, and my uncle looked at the man. The man was really scared of my uncle, and my uncle was really scared of that man. But they kept on walking, and deep down into the woods they went. It was getting darker, and the man looked at my uncle, and my uncle looked at the man. The man was terrible scared of my uncle, and my uncle was terrible scared of... My apologies to anyone wearing headphones while I'm doing this. Now we're on to the next story. What do you come for? There was an old woman who lived all by herself, and she was very lonely. Sitting in the kitchen one night, she said, "Oh, I wish I had some company." No sooner had she spoken than down the chimney tumbled 2 feet from which the flesh had rotted. The old woman's eyes bulged with terror. Then a body hold up. Then 2 legs dropped down to the hearth and attached themselves to the feet. Then a body tumbled down. Then 2 arms and a man's head. As the woman watched, the parts came together into a great gangling man. The man danced around the room. Faster and faster he went. Then he stopped, and he looked into her eyes. As the woman watched, no. "Oh, what do you come for?" she asked in a small voice that shivered and shook. "What do I come for?" he said. "I come for you!" As you shout the last words, stamp your foot and jump at somebody nearby. Me Tai Doty Walker. There was a haunted house where every night a bloody head fell down the chimney. At least, that's what people said. So nobody would stay there overnight. Then a rich man offered $200 to whoever would do it. And this boy said that he would try if he could have his dog with him. So it was settled. The very next night, the boy went to the house with his dog. To make it more cheerful, he started a fire in the fireplace. Then he sat in front of the fire and waited with his dog, and his dog waited with him. For a while, nothing happened, but a little after midnight, he heard someone singing softly and sadly off in the woods. The singing sounded something like this. Me Tai Doty Walker. It's just somebody singing, the boy told himself, but he was frightened. Then his dog answered the song. Softly and sadly it sang, "Lynchy, Kinchy, Colly, Molly, Dingo, Dingo." The boy could not believe his ears. His dog had never uttered a word before. Then a few minutes later he heard the singing again. Now it was closer and louder, but the words were the same. Me Tai Doty Walker. This time the boy tried to stop his dog from answering. He was afraid that whoever was singing would hear it and come after them. But the dog paid no attention and it sang, Lynchy, Kinchy, Colly, Molly, Dingo, Dingo. A half hour later, the boy heard the singing again. Now it was in the backyard. The song was still the same. Me-tie, doty, walker. Again the boy tried to keep the dog quiet, but the dog sang louder than ever. Lynchy, Kinchy, Colly, Molly, Dingo, Dingo. Soon the boy heard the singing again. Now it was coming down the chimney. Me-tie, doty, walker, and the dog sang right back. Lynchy, Kinchy, Colly, Molly, Dingo, Dingo. Suddenly, a bloody head fell out of the chimney. It missed the fire and landed right next to the dog. The dog took one look and fell over, dead from fright. The head slowly turned and stared at the boy. Slowly, it opened its big mouth and... I wish I could be doing like the screams and stuff better, but my voice is wrecked from talking so much playing that stupid game. I need a little bit of water before I carry on. Although I am getting a really nice, creepy narrator voice doing this. Too far. There we are. Okay. A man who lived in Leeds. Some say this rhyme doesn't mean anything. Others are not so sure. Actually, for this one, I'm going to use my new puppet. This is going to be kind of fun. Alright. Little dude. There we are. Okay. Alright. Just got to try and keep you in frame there. There we go. A man who lived in Leeds. Some say this rhyme doesn't mean anything. Others are not so sure. There was a man who lived in Leeds. He filled his garden full of seeds. And when the seeds began to grow, it was like a garden filled with snow. But when the snow began to melt, it was like a ship without a belt. Ship, I'm saying ship. Just throwing that out there. And when the ship began to sail, it was like a bird without a tail. And when the bird began to fly, it was like an eagle in the sky. And when the sky began to roar, it was like a lion at my door. And when the door began to crack, it was like a penknife in my back. Penknife, by the way. Shut up. And when my back began to bleed, I was dead. Dead. Dead indeed. Easy there, cowboy. Ugh. Oh. My sincerest apologies, folks. I inhaled something. Perhaps you might want to quit while you're ahead. I think I'm going to continue. Or should I say, I think you're going to continue. Well, alright. It's your prerogative. Okay. Old woman all skin and bone. There was an old woman all skin and bone who lived in near the graveyard all alone. Ooh, ooh, ooh. She thought she'd go to church one day to hear the parson preach and pray. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And when she came to the church house stile, She thought she'd stop and rest a while. Ooh, ooh, ooh. When she came up to the door, she thought she'd stop and rest some more. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But when she turned and looked around, she saw a corpse upon the ground. Ooh, ooh, ooh. From its nose down to its chin, the worms crawled out and the worms crawled in. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The woman to the preacher said, "Shall I look like that when I am dead?" Ooh, ooh, ooh. The preacher to the woman said, "You'll look like that when you are dead." Ah! You're getting a kick out of this, aren't you? Yeah, a little bit. I could tell. All right, next up. He heard footsteps coming up the cellar stairs, but he was home alone. There are ghosts in this chapter. One comes back as a real person, another takes revenge on her murderer, and there are other strange happenings. Oh, Jesus. uh, Good God. And they showed this crap to the children? Yes, they did. Show them the picture. I think I will, as a matter of fact. I think I will just kind of sit you up here so you're not going to fall and break yourself. The image that my little friend here is referring to, the Thing, the infamous, like, corpseified, zombified farmer with those piercing little jelly bean eyes sunk far into their sockets. I think you're going to have nightmares tonight, Bucko. Do you want to say this one or you want me to? I'll do it. You sure? Yeah. All right. Here we go, folks. The Thing. Ted Martin and Sam Miller were good friends. They spent a lot of time together. On this particular night, they were sitting on a fence post. Try that again. On this particular night, they were sitting on a fence near the post office, talking about one thing and another. There was a field of turnips across the road. Gotta work on your T's. He's trying to say that, shut up. Anyway, as he was saying, there was a field of turnips across the road. Suddenly, they saw something crawl out from the field and stand up. It looked like a man, but in the dark it was hard to tell. Then it was gone. Soon it reappeared again. It walked halfway across the road, then it turned around and went back into the field. Then it came out a third time and started toward them. By now, Ted and Sam were scared. They started running, but when they finally stopped, thank you, they decided they were being foolish. They weren't sure what had scared them, so they decided to go back and get a better look. These children are stupid, aren't they? Very. Pretty soon they saw it again, for it was coming to meet them. It was wearing black pants, a white shirt, and black suspenders. Huh, kind of like my outfit. Sam said, "I'm going to try and touch it. Then we'll know if it's real." He walked up to it and peered into its face. It had bright, penetrating eyes sunk deep in its head. It looked like a skeleton. Ted took one look and screamed, and he and Sam ran. But this time, the skeleton followed them. When they got to Sam's... Try that again, wrong person. When they got to Ted's house, they stood in the doorway and watched it. It stayed out in the road for a while. Then it disappeared. A year later, Ted got sick and died. Toward the end, Sam sat up with him every night. The night Ted died, Sam said, now listen closely. The night he died, Sam said he looked just like the skeleton. I've got to try and come up with a better way to hold you. Like, kick my knee up or something. You keep slipping just almost out of frame. Yeah, well, whose fault is that? That is an excellent question. Isn't it, though? All right. Here. It's got to be something I can put on my knee to put you on. For the moment, here. I'm going to lay the book on this leg, and I'm going to have you be the bookmark. Well, thank you, I guess. There we go. Have my actual bookmarker. Uh-huh. Okay. Now I don't know where to put the book. Here, just sit on the book for a bit. By the way, to anyone watching, this little fella does not currently have a name. At least I don't know what his name is. If you know, or if you've got a good suggestion for a name for my little friend here, feel free to post it in the chat. Although I will not be naming him Slappy. I'm throwing that out here right now. I've already got a Slappy, the ventriloquist puppet. I don't need I don't need this guy to be an imitator. What? Okay, enough of that. Alright, so we're just going to put the book over here. And then we're going to grab a thingy thing to set this little fella on. A tissue box. Let's see, is that enough elevation? Certainly seems to be. So let's do this. Alright then, let me just grab the book. Alright. Make sure you're actually looking at the camera. Right about there. Hello. Alright. So I've just about gotten myself calmed down again after all the bullshit. Pardon your language, but yes, that the game was throwing at me. You're the one making me say these things. Yeah, I know. But still, you shouldn't say them. What a world. Alright. So anyway, I'm going to finish off the first scary stories to tell in the book, and then we'll get back to the game. Let's do this thing. Cold as clay. A farmer had a daughter for whom he cared more than anything on earth. She fell in love with a farmhand. Your F's are getting worse. She fell in love with a farmhand named Jim. But the farmer did not think that Jim was good enough for his daughter. To keep them apart, he sent her to live with her uncle on the other side of the country. Soon after she left, Jim got sick, and he wasted away and died. Everyone said he died of a broken heart. The foreigner felt. Darn it. Do you want me to tell the story? Nah, just practice your ventriloquism, damn it. Starting to sound like Butthead. Settle down, Butt Munch. It was like the best Butthead impression I have ever done. Soon after she left, Jim got sick, and he wasted away and died. Everyone said he died of a broken heart. The foreigner felt so guilty about Jim's death that he could not tell his daughter what had happened. She continued to think of Jim and about the life they might have had together. One night, many weeks later, there was a knock on her uncle's door. When the girl opened the door, Jim was standing there. Your father sent me. Your father asked me to get you, he said. I came on his best horse. Is there anything wrong? She asked. I don't know, he said. She packed a few things and they left. She rode behind him, clinging to his waist. Soon he complained of a headache. It aches something terrible, he told her. She put her hand on his forehead. Why, you are as cold as clay, she said. I hope you are not ill. And she wrapped her handkerchief around his head. They traveled so swiftly that in a few hours, they reached the farm. The farm. Bleh. The girl quickly dismounted and knocked on the door. Her father was startled to see her. Didn't you send for me? She asked. No, I didn't, he said. She turned to Jim, but he was gone, and so was the horse. They went to the stable to look for them. The horse was there. It was covered with sweat and trembling with fear, and there was no sign of Jim to be seen. Terrified, her father told her the truth about Jim's death. Then quickly he went to see Jim's parents. They decided to open his grave. His corpse was in the coffin, but around its head they found the girl's handkerchief. Spooky, huh? I should be asking you these questions. Why, 'cause you can pronounce your T's better? My P's? Yeah, your T's. P's? T's. P's? This joke is getting real old, buddy. Alright. So, you want to do this next one, or you want me to do it? What's it called? It's The White Wolf. The White Wolf, huh? Nah, you can do this one. You sure? Yeah. Alright. Here we go, folks. The White Wolf. The timber wolves around French Creek had gotten out of hand. There were so many wolves. You sure you can do this? Yes, I'm sure. There were so many wolves, the farmer could not stop them from killing their. Bleh. The farmer could not. I think I might actually want to do this one. No, I'm going to do it. The White Wolf. The timber wolves around French Creek had gotten out of hand. There were so many wolves, the farmers could not stop them from killing their cattle and sheep. So the state put up a bounty on them. It would pay a hunter $10 for every wolf pelt that he turned in. That was a lot of money back then. It really was. A butcher in town named Bill Williams thought a butcher in town named Bill Williams. Speaking of butchers, you're butchering the English language, bub. You knock it off. Sorry. A butcher in town named Bill Williams thought that was pretty good money. He stopped working as a butcher and started killing wolves. He was good at it. Every year he killed over 500 of them. That came to more than $5,000. It was quite a bit of money in those days. That's what I was saying, right? After 4 or 5 years, Bill had killed so many wolves that there were hardly any left in that area. So he retired and he vowed never to harm another wolf because wolves had made him rich. That's a good reason for it. Then one day a farmer reported that a white wolf had killed two of his sheep. He had shot at it and hit it, but the bullets didn't have any effect. Is it a ghost wolf? It could be. Well, we'll see, won't we? Yes, we will. Uh, soon that wolf had blah, Soon that wolf was seen all over the countryside, killing and running, but nobody could stop it. Gee, I wonder why. Given what kind of look this is. Oh, enough out of you. One night it came into Bill's yard and killed his pet cow. Bill forgot about his decision never to harm another wolf. He went into town the next morning and bought a young lamb for bait. He took it out into the hills and tied it to a tree. Then he backed off about 50 yards and sat down under another tree with his gun in his lap. He waited. When Bill didn't come back, his friends started looking for him. Finally, they found the lamb. It was still tied to the tree. It was hungry, but it was alive. Then they found Bill. No. What happened to Bill? Well, I'll tell you. He was still sitting against the tree, the other tree, of course, but he was found dead. What? The wolf killed him? Yep. He, the, the wolf skipped out on a lamb dinner and went for the hunter. That's right. What a stupid animal. Well, I mean, I guess this Bill guy, he might have been a bit of a better meal for the wolf than, just a lamb. At the same, my mouth's sticking. At the same time, though, seriously, with the price of meat these days, why would it go after the lamb? And why wouldn't it go after the lamb? Because the guy was probably, more substantial. I think we discussed that already, but you get my point. Yeah, I do. Anyway, back to the story. Yes, please carry on. Then they found Bill. You said that already. I know. Shush. He was still sitting against the other tree, but he was dead. His throat had been torn open. Yep, I was just about to read those words. But there was no sign of a struggle. His gun hadn't been fired, and there were no tracks in the soil around him. As for the white wolf, it was never seen again. All right. The next story is The Haunted House. One time, a preacher went to see if he could put a haunt to rest at a house in his settlement. The house had been haunted for about 10 years. Several people had tried to stay there all night, but they always would get scared out by the haunt. I wonder why. Because it's a ghost. No shit, Sherlock. What was your first clue? So this preacher took his Bible and went to the house. He went on in, built himself a good fire, and lit a lamp. He sat there reading the Bible. Glad you're reading this and not me. Why's that? Could you imagine me trying to pronounce that word? Which word? Bible? Well, he didn't do too bad. Yeah, huh? What? Eh? I don't get this. Something awfully screwy is going on around here, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. The bottom of it? That's what I said. When I'm going to get around to it, I don't friggin' know. But someone should. Anyway, there's a story you're supposed to be reading. Yeah, that's right. A haunted house? Yep. So the preacher took his Bible, and he went to the house. He went on in, built himself a good fire, and lit a lamp. Sat there reading the Bible. Then just before midnight, he heard something start up in the cellar, walking back and forth and back and forth. Then it sounded like somebody was trying to scream, but got choked off. Then there was a lot of thrashing around and struggling, and finally everything got quiet. The old the old preacher took up his Bible again, but before he could start reading, he heard footsteps coming up the cellar stairs. Very very astute of you. Thank you. He sat watching the door to the cellar, and the footsteps kept coming closer and closer. He saw the doorknob turn, and when the door began to open, he jumped up and hollered, "What do you want?" The door shut back easy like, and there wasn't a sound. The preacher was trembling a little, but he finally opened the Bible and read a while. Then he got up and laid the book on the chair and went to mending the fire. Then the haunt started walking again, and step, step, step up the cellar stairs. The old preacher sat watching the door, saw the doorknob turn, and the door open. It looked like a young woman. It looked like a young woman. He backed up and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" The haunt sort of swayed like she didn't know what to do. Then she just faded out. The preacher waited and waited and waited, and when he didn't hear any more noises, he went over and he shut the door. What a jerk. What do you mean? Well, don't you know ghosts have to expend a lot of energy to do stuff like that? Yeah, that's what they say. And then he just goes over and closes the door after it just worked so hard to get that thing open? Yeah. He just made her do all that work for nothing. What a jerk. You're not wrong, but still. He was sweating and trembling all over, but he was a brave man, and he thought he'd be able to see it through. See it through what? The night. He'd be able to see it through. Like he'd be able to stay the night? Yep. What did you think he meant? Like he'd be able to see through the ghost. What? You're about silly, you know that? Yeah, well, yeah. Anyway, as you were reading, but he was a brave man and he thought he'd be able to see it through. So he turned his chair to where he could watch, and he sat down and waited. It wasn't long before he heard the haunt start up again. Slowly, step, 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 closer and closer, step, step, and it was right at the door. The preacher stood up and held his Bible out before him. Then the knob slowly turned, and the door opened wide. This time the preacher spoke in a quiet voice, or spoke quiet like. He said, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, who are you, and what do you want?" The haunt came right across the room, straight to him, and took hold of his coat. It was a young woman about 20 years old. Her hair was torn and tangled, and the flesh was dropping off her face, so he could see the bones and part of her teeth. She had no eyeballs, but there was a sort of blue light way back in her eye sockets, and she had no nose on her face. Ghastly, indeed. Then she started talking. It sounded like her voice was coming and going with the wind blowing it. She told how her lover had killed her for her money and buried her in the cellar. She said if the preacher would dig up her bones and bury her properly, she could rest. Then she told him to take the end joint of the little finger from her left hand and to lay it in the collection plate the next church meeting, and she'd find out who had murdered her. And she said, if you come back here once more after that, you'll hear my voice at midnight, and I'll tell you where my money is hid. Where her money is hid. Shut up, they could understand me. And you can give it to the church. The haunt sobbed like she was tired, and she sunk down toward the floor and was gone. The preacher found her bones and buried them in the graveyard. The next Sunday the preacher put the finger bone in the collection plate, and when a certain man happened to touch it, it stuck to his hand. The man jumped up and rubbed and scraped and tore at the bone, trying to get it off. Then he went screaming like he was going crazy. Well, he confessed to the murder, and they took him to jail. Yes, but did they get the bone back? Did they get the bone back? That is what they said. I don't know. Let's keep reading and find out. Okay. After the man was hung, the preacher went back to the house one midnight, and the haunt's voice told him to dig under the hearth rock. What, like the cafe? What? The hearth rock. What about it? You know, the Hearth Rock Cafe. The, you silly. That's the Hard Rock Cafe. What's the difference? A hearth rock is a stone that's part of a fireplace. And the Hard Rock Cafe is a cafe dedicated to rock and roll music. Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Because you hadn't asked yet. Just shut up and read the story. And when that haunt had held on to his coat, he did, and he found a big sack of money. And where that haunt had held on to his coat, the print of those bony fingers was burned right into the cloth. And never did come out. Should have used a stronger detergent. I guess. Okay. The guests. Where? It's the name of the chapter, you dork. Oh. A young man and his wife were on a trip to visit his mother. Usually they arrived in time for supper, but they had gotten a late start, and now it was getting dark. So they decided to look for a place to stay overnight and go on in the morning. Just off the road they saw a small house in the woods. Maybe they rent rooms, the wife said, so they stopped to ask. An elderly man and woman came to the door. They didn't rent rooms, they said, but they would be glad to have them stay overnight as their guests. They had plenty of room, and they would enjoy the company. The old woman made coffee and brought out some cake. The four of them talked for a while, then the young couple went to take their room. They again explained that they wanted to pay for this, but the old man said that he would not accept any money. I wonder why. Well, we'll find out. The young couple got up early the next morning, before their hosts had awakened. On a table near the front door they left an envelope with some money in it for the room. Then they went to the next town. They stopped at a restaurant and had breakfast. When they told the owner where they had stayed, he was shocked. "That can't be," he said. "That house burned to the ground. The man and the woman who lived there died in the fire." The young couple could not believe it. Let me try that again. Please do. The young couple could not believe it, so they went back to the house. Only now there was no house at all. All they found was a burned-out shell. They stood staring at the ruins, trying to understand what had happened. Then the woman screamed. In the rubble was a badly burned table, like the one they had seen by the front door, and on the table was the envelope that they had left that morning. Stop that. And pooping the turd. Love the puppet. Oh, well, thank you. I just got this little fella today. Now let's see. They eat your eyes. They eat your nose. There are scary stories about all kinds of things. The ones told here are about a grave, a witch, a man who liked to swim, a hunting trip, and a market basket. There's also about worms eating a corpse. Your corpse. All right. Let's start things off with the hearse song. Do you want to sing it or you want me to sing it? Duet? Do what? No, no, no. A duet. Duet. Oh, you and me singing together. Yes, yes. All right. Let's give it a shot. You know the words? You do. That's good enough for me. Easy there, cowboy. Well, before we do this, I need a drink. Just go ahead and get the... darn it, I lost my place. Oh, never mind. Let's go ahead and slip a thingy in there to be a bookmark. You know, you could put me down and take care of this with both of your hands. Yeah, but that kind of ruins the illusion. What illusion? Anyway. Why didn't you try that trick? What trick? You know, where you drink water and then I say things and things just carry on like that, you know? I don't think I've heard of that one. You are some kind of orc, aren't you? You need to leave this guy, folks. Anyway, back to the story, or the song, or whatever. You're 100% right there, little friend. So, the hearse song. Don't you ever laugh as the hearse goes by, for you may be the next to die. They wrap you up in a big white sheet, from your head down to your feet. They put you in a big black box and cover you up with dirt and the rocks. Oh, excuse you, indeed. Sorry y'all had to hear that. I'm sorry I had to be here to smell it. Woo! Now where do we leave off? And cover you up with dirt and rocks, right? And cover you up with dirt and rocks. I just said that. All goes well for about a week. Then your coffin begins to leak. The worms crawl in and the worms crawl out. The worms play pinochle on your snout. They eat your eyes. They eat your nose. They eat the jelly between your toes. A big green worm with rolling eyes crawls in your stomach and out your eyes. Your stomach turns a slimy green, and pus pours out like whipping cream. You spread it on a slice of bread, and that's what you eat when you are dead. All right. The Girl Who Stood on a Grave. Some boys and girls were at a party. Hey, can I read this one? You want to read this one? Yeah, why not? I mean, well, do you mean that you want to read this one, or you want me to read it and me to do the thing where I, move my lips while you talk? You want to do it that way? Yeah, we can. Yeah, yeah. You know what? Yes, let's do it. All right, here we go. Some boys and girls were at a party one night. There was a graveyard down the street, and they were talking about how scary it was. Don't ever stand on a grave in the dark, one of the boys said. The person inside will grab you. He'll pull you under. That's not true, one of the girls said. It's just a superstition. I'll give you $1 if you stand on a grave. What's so funny? Just the way he said, I'll give you $1, reminded me of a commercial. I'll give you $1 if you stand on a grave, a boy said. A grave doesn't scare me, said the girl. I'll do it right now. The boy handed her his knife. Stick this knife in one of the graves, he said. Then we'll know you are there. The graveyard was filled with shadows and was as quiet as death. There's nothing to be scared of, the girl told herself. But she was scared anyway. She picked out a grave and stood on it. Then quickly she bent over and plunged the knife into the soil, and she started to leave, but she couldn't get away. Something was holding her back. She tried a second time to leave, but she couldn't move. She was filled with terror. "Something has got me!" she screamed, and she fell to the ground. When she didn't come back, the others went to look for her. They found her body sprawled across the grave bleh. Now you're getting me to do it. To do what? Get tongue-tied. Considering your tongue's kind of stuck up in your head. Watch it, bub. They found her body sprawled across the grave. Without realizing it, she had plunged the knife through her skirt and had pinned it to the ground. It was only the knife that held her. She had died of fright. Little to the right. There you go. She had died of fright. All right. Not too bad. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'll read this next one. Give you a little bit of a break. Thanks. Getting a little rusty over here. Oh, can I get some water? If I give you water, it's just going to pool in the bottom of your head. No, it won't. It'll drain into my body cavity. What? What? Anyway. So, a new horse. Kind of like your voice is getting a little hoarse. Wouldn't that be a pony? What? A small horse? I can't believe I'm stuck with you. Anyway, two farmhands shared a room. One slept at the back of the room, and the other slept near the door. That is what it says. After a while, the one who slept near the door began to feel very tired early on in the day. His friend asked what was wrong. "An awful thing happens to me every night." "Oh?" He said, "A witch turns me into a horse and rides me all over the countryside. How terrible. Isn't it, though?" "I'll sleep in your bed tonight," his friend said, "and we'll see what happens to me." "Oh, this ain't gonna end well." After about midnight, an old woman who lived nearby came into the room. She she mumbled some strange words over the farmhand, and he found he couldn't move. Then he slipped. Slipped on what? I misread. Oh. Then she slipped a bridle over him, and he turned into a horse. Wow. The next thing he knew, she was riding him across the fields at breakneck speed, beating him to make him go even faster. That is such an evil thing to do, right? Soon they came to a house where a party was being held. There was a lot of music and dancing going on inside. They were having a big time, quite a big party. She hitched him to a fence and went inside. Well, of course, you don't bring a horse into a house, you know? Now he's the one being the smart. Don't say it. While she was gone, the farmhand rubbed against the fence until the bridle came off, and he turned back into a human being. It makes sense to me. What? The bridle being put onto him turned him into that, and when she took the bridle, well, when he got the bridle off of him, I think we get where you're trying to go with that. Do you, though? That when he got the bridle off, that was the reason why he turned back into a human? Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay. What? Then he went into the house and found the witch. He spoke those strange words over her, and with the bridle he turned her into a horse. Then he rode her to a blacksmith, then had her fitted with horseshoes. That's not going to end well. Shush, don't give away the ending. After that, he rode her to the farm where she lived. "I've got a pretty good filly here," he told her husband, "but I need a stronger horse. Would you like to trade?" The old man looked her over and said that he would do it. So they picked out another horse, and the farmhand rode away. Her husband led his new horse to the barn. He he took off the bridle and went to hang it up, but when he came back, the new horse was gone. Instead, there stood his wife with horseshoes nailed to her hands and feet. Are we almost done with this? And as a matter of fact, here, just gonna go ahead and skip ahead a little bit. Actually, if anyone's out there watching, Pooping the Turd, Steven Jackson, anyone, you want me to keep going with this, or should I get back to the game? The tower to answer that is yours. While we wait for that answer, I'm going to just go ahead and I'm going to bookmark the page that we're on. And deal with this pop-up that's been glaring me in the face for like the last half hour or so. So, how's your night going? It's going all right. Yours? Well, I'm not stuck in that cardboard box anymore, so a lot better than it's been for the last few days. That's good, isn't it, though? Love to read thanks, but after all, it is your show. All right, so seems to me that they want us to keep going. All right. All right, let's see. We're at the story Alligators. Yep. Were you reading ahead? No, I was reading a book. Okay. So let's see now. We're at alligators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 more stories. That's a long way to fall. Huh? 14 stories. If only either of us could wiggle. Okay. Now then. Alligators? Alligators. Alligators. A young woman in town married a man from another part of the country. He was a nice fellow, I'd hoped so, and they got along pretty well. There was only one problem, and that would be... What? Inquiring minds need to know. Anyway, the only problem was that every night he'd go swimming in the river. Skinny dipping or... Shut up. Sometimes he would be gone all night, and she would complain about how lonely she was. This couple, who had two young sons... No, this couple had two young sons. You said that already, yeah, but I misread. As soon as the boys could walk, their father began to teach them how to swim. And when they got to be old enough, he took them swimming in the river at night. That's nice of him. You'd think so. Often they would stay out all night long. All night long. All night, and the young woman would stay home all by herself. After a while, she began to act in a strange way. How so? Well, I'm about to read that. Oh, right. At least that's what the neighbors said. It was nosy, tesky neighbors. Neighbors. Yeah, I said that right. Okay. Let's see. She told them that her husband was turning into an alligator, that he was trying to turn the boys into alligators. She's off her nut. Everybody told her there was nothing wrong with the man taking his son swimming. That was the natural thing to do. Is it really, though? Well, I mean, they got to get exercise. Yeah, true, true. Anyway, it's a natural thing to do. Said that already. And when it came to alligators, there just weren't any nearby. Everybody knew that. Apparently, she didn't. Early one morning, the young woman came running into town from the direction of the river. She was soaking wet. She said a big alligator and two little alligators had pulled her in and had tried to get her to eat raw fish. They were her husband and sons, she said, and they wanted her to live with them, but she had gotten away. Her doctor decided that she had lost her mind, wouldn't you? What, wouldn't I lose my mind, or wouldn't I think she had? Yes, both. And she had, and he had her put in a hospital for a while. Again, wouldn't you? I mean, depends on how expensive the hospital was. True, true. After that, nobody saw her husband and boys again. They just disappeared. But now and then, a fisherman would tell about how he had seen an alligator and two little alligators in the river. Usually there were three of them, but people said that they were making it up. After all, everybody knows there aren't any alligators around here. Ah, here's one of my favorites. Is it really, though? Yeah, like I said, one of. Oh, right. Room for one more. A man named Joseph Blackwell came to Philadelphia on a business trip. He stayed with friends in the big house that they owned outside the city. Okay, there? Yeah, just stumbled. That night, they had a good time visiting, but when Blackwell went to bed, he tossed and turned, and he couldn't get to sleep. Sometime during the night, he heard a car turn into the driveway. How does it do that? Do what? How does an automobile become a stretch of, a stretch of ground with gravel on it? What? It turned into the driveway? Can you believe this guy, folks? I don't know. Can you believe this guy? Anyway, uh, he went to the window. Yeah, sometime during the night, he heard the car turn into the driveway. We discussed this already. That joke, by the way. You started it. Yeah, you started it. He went to the window to see who was arriving at such a late hour. In the moonlight, he saw a long black hearse filled with people. The driver of the hearse looked up at him. When Blackwell saw his queer, hideous face, isn't that an insult? No, not the way it's written here. His odd-looking, his strange-looking face. Then why didn't they word it that way? Because they needed a single word that, represented that line of thinking. Okay. Anyway, sorry for interrupting. Carry on. Anyway, with his hideous face, as the man looked up at him, Blackwell shuddered. The driver called to him, "There is room for one more." Then he waited for a minute or two, and he drove off. In the morning, Blackwell told his friends what had happened. "You were dreaming," they said. "I must have been," he said, "but it didn't seem like a dream. Never does." After breakfast, he went into Philadelphia. He spent the day high above the city in one of the new office buildings there. Late in the afternoon, he was waiting for an elevator to take him down to the street. When he arrived, it was very crowded. One of the passengers looked out to him and called, "There is room for one more," he said. It was the driver of the hearse. "No thanks," said Blackwell. "I'll get the next one." The doors closed and the elevator started down. There was shrieking and screaming and the sound of a crash. The elevator had fallen to the bottom of the shaft. Everyone aboard was killed, I would hope. What? Well, I mean, if who would want to have the trauma for the rest of their life of having, ridden in an elevator and have it crash down to the bottom with all these people in there with them and be the only survivor, You'd almost, the survivor's guilt would just be terrible. And you'd never want to ride an elevator again. For a dummy, you make some solid points. Watch it with that word. Lub. Lub? You heard what I said. And I said what you said. Yeah. Huh? Well, yeah. Yeah, you did. Anyway, the Wendigo. What? The Wendigo. What do you mean? The Wendigo. Don't you mean Wendigo? Yeah. Don't you mean where do you go? No, no, no. The Wendigo. Are you trying to ask what time this person left? No, no, no. The Wendigo. It's a creature from Native American folklore. Oh, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, okay. Calm yourself. Chill. Relax, bud. Anyway, excuse you. Thank you. The Wendigo. A wealthy man. What, you want to sing it? Yeah, you want to sing it. A wealthy man wanted to go hunting in a part of northern Canada. We're not doing that. Anyway, a wealthy man wanted to go hunting in a part of northern Canada where few people had ever hunted. He traveled to a trading post and tried to find a guide to take him, but no one would do it. It was too dangerous, they said. I would hope he finds someone. Finally, he found an Indian, Native American, yes, a Native American, who needed money badly, and he agreed to take him. The Indian Native American's name was Defago. Isn't that a drink? What? Fago? Anyway, they made camp in the snow near a large frozen lake. For 3 days they hunted, but they had nothing to show for it. The third night, a windstorm came up. They lay in their tent listening to the wind howling and the trees whipping back and forth. To see the storm better, the hunter opened the tent flap. Then what he saw startled him. There wasn't a breath of air stirring, and the trees were standing perfectly still, yet he could hear the wind blowing. How does that work? We're about to find out. And the more he listened, the more it sounded as if the wind were calling Defago's name. Defago, it called. Defago. I must be losing my mind, the hunter thought. It's probably true. 3 days without, getting any hunting actually done, catching anything. Yeah, well. But Defago had gotten out of his sleeping bag. He was huddled in a corner of the tent, his head buried in his arms. What's this all about? He asked. It's nothing, Defago said. But the wind continued to call to him, and Defago became more tense and more restless. Defago, it called. Defago. Suddenly he jumped to his feet and he began to run from the tent. But the hunter grabbed him and wrestled him to the ground. You can't leave me out here, the hunter shouted. Then the wind called again, and Defago broke loose and ran into the darkness. The hunter could hear him screaming as he went. Again and again he cried, "Oh, my fiery feet! My burning feet!" Then his voice faded away, and the wind died down. At daybreak, the hunter followed Defago's tracks in the snow. They went through the woods, down toward the lake, but out onto the ice. Then out onto the ice. But soon he noticed something strange. The steps Defago had taken were getting longer and longer. They were so long no human being could have made them. It was as if something had helped him to hurry away. I wonder what. The hunter followed the tracks out to the middle of the lake, but there they disappeared. At first he thought that Defago had fallen through the ice, but there wasn't any hole. Then he thought that something had pulled him off the ice and into the sky. But that made no sense. As he stood wondering what had happened, the wind picked up again. Soon it was howling as it had the night before, and he heard Defago's voice. It was coming from up above him, and again he heard Defago screaming, "My fiery feet! My burning feet!" But there was nothing to be seen. Now the hunter wanted to leave the place as fast as he could. He went back to camp and packed. I'd have just left everything there. Yeah, but it would cost a lot to replace. Yeah, true, true. Then he left some food for Defago, and he started out. Weeks later, he reached civilization. The following year, he went back to hunt in the same area again. He went to the same trading post to look for a guide. The people there could not explain what had happened to Defago that night, but they had not seen him since then. Maybe it was the Wendigo, one of them said, and he laughed. It's supposed to come with the wind. It drags you along at great speed until your feet are burned away, and more of you than that. Then it carries you into the sky and it drops you. It's just a crazy story, but that's what some of the Native Americans say. A few days later, the hunter was at the trading post again. A Native American came in and sat by the fire. He had a blanket wrapped around him, and he wore his hat so that you couldn't see his face. The hunter thought there was something familiar about him. He walked over and he asked, "Are you Defago?" The Native American didn't answer. "Do you know anything about him?" No answer. He began to wonder if something was wrong, if the man needed help, but he couldn't see his face. "Are you all right?" he asked. Still no answer. To get a look at him, he lifted the Native American's hat, then he screamed. There was nothing under the hat but a pile of ashes. Okay, that one's creepy. Just that one? Well, yeah, most of these have some sort of a creep factor to them. You're not wrong there, little buddy. Alright, but unfortunately I gotta pause again for a second because my knee is starting to ache again. The one I'm sitting on, that's the very one. Alright, we're just gonna put the book over here for a minute. I'm gonna stretch out that leg. And of course it's gonna do that thing where it hurts first and then gets better. You should get that looked at. I probably should. Okay. Just gonna put you on the arm of the chair like this. And wait for the tenderness in my kneecap to fade. Gonna be alright. I just need another minute or so. Oh, okay, and let's bend the knee. And once more we stretch out. It seems very painful. It is. Okay. Good, good, good. Moving is making it start to hurt less. Thank goodness for that. Be glad you don't have actual knees. What do you mean? I mean, your legs don't touch my legs. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, though I don't like it. Anyway. Stretch it out again. Bring it in again. Stretch it out again. Alright. You good? I think I'm good. You think or you are? I think I'm good. Okay, good enough. Now then, back to the story. Let's see, we just read the one about the Wendigo. Right. Not the Where-de-go, the Wendigo. Okay. So what's the next one? The Dead Man's Brains. Ooh. Sounds like a delicacy. What? There's that one dish that they use like monkey's brains. Wasn't that in Indiana Jones? Yes, it was. But anyway, this scary story is a scary game that people play at Halloween. Well, you said this was a story. This tells what the story is about. Ah, I see. But it can be played whenever the spirit moves you. The players sit in a circle in a darkened room, and listen to a storyteller describe the rotting remains of a corpse. Ew. What? Well, okay, yeah, that is kind of gross, but that's pretty fucking gross. Hey, watch your language. Sorry, but it is. Anyway, each part is passed around for them to feel. In one version, a player is out if he or she screams or gasps with fright. In another version, everybody stays to the end no matter how scared they get. It's kind of cruel. Yeah, well, here is the story. Okay, good, good, good. Once in this town there lived a man named Brown. It was years ago, on this night, that he was murdered out of spite. We have here his remains. First, let's feel his brain. A wet, squishy tomato. Now here are his eyes, still frozen in surprise. Two peeled grapes. This is his nose. A chicken bone. What are you doing? What? Are you, like, making out a grocery list? What do you mean? Wet, squishy tomato, two peeled grapes, a chicken bone. It's in the story. The part they leave out at the beginning of the story is that as part of this game, you're supposed to have these things prepared ahead of time. That way you can pass them around to people in the audience. You know, people sitting around you listening to the story. Oh. Okay, so like when it says, let's feel his brains, that's when you hand someone the tomato? Yep, that's another thing they don't mention in the little story here. What? Is that you're supposed to do this in like a darkened room or with, have the people with their eyes closed. What's it like to blink? Uh, what do you mean? I have no eyelids. What's it like to blink? Okay, you're starting to freak me out a little bit. It's refreshing, I'll say that. Hydrates the eyeballs. Anyway. First, let's feel his brains. You read this already. Yeah, well, just shut up. First, we have his brains. A wet, squishy tomato. Now, here are his eyes. Still frozen with surprise, right? Two peeled grapes. This is his nose, a chicken bone. And here is his ear, a dried apricot. Here is his hand, rotting flesh and bone, a cloth or rubber glove filled with mud or ice. But his hair still grows, a handful of corn silk or wet fur or yarn. And his heart still beats, now and then, a piece of raw liver. And his blood still flows. Dip your fingers in it. It's nice and warm. A bowl of ketchup thinned with warm water. That's all there is, except for these worms. They are the ones that ate the rest of him. A handful of wet spaghetti noodles. Cooked, of course. Of course, of course. Ooh, here's another good one. I haven't read this one in a long time. May I carry your basket? What basket? What do you mean? I don't have a basket. What? Why are you asking to carry my basket? I don't have one. It's it's the name of the story, you dork. Look. Oh. Well, I didn't just say so. I just. Anyway, may I carry your basket? Again, I don't have one. It's the name of the story, remember? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sam Lewis spent the evening playing chess at his friend's house. Dork. And it was about midnight when they finished their game and he started home. Outside it was icy cold and as quiet as the grave. As he came around a turn in the road, he was surprised to see a woman walking ahead of him. She was carrying a basket covered with a white cloth. Then he caught up to her. He looked to see who it was, but she was bundled up against the cold, so it was hard to see what her face looked like. "Good evening," Sam said. "What brings you out so late?" but she didn't answer. Then he said, "May I carry your basket?" She handed it to him. From under the cloth a small voice said, "It's very kind of you." And that was followed by wild laughter. Sam was so startled that he dropped the basket. A head rolled out. A woman's head. He looked at the head, and he stared at the woman. "It's her head!" he cried, and he started to run. And the woman and her head began to chase him. Soon the head caught up to him, and it bounded into the air and sank its teeth into his right leg. Sam wailed with pain and ran faster, but the woman and her head stayed right behind him. Soon the head leaped into the air again and bit into his other leg. Then they were gone. What the actual fuck? I told you to watch that language. I would, but, words are invisible unless they're written down. It's true. It's true, but shut up. Anyway, other dangers. Like what? What's the name of the next chapter? Alright. I think you're overusing this joke a little bit. Perhaps. Most of the scary stories in this book have been passed down over the years, but the ones in this chapter, yes, the ones in this chapter, thank you, have been told only in recent times. They are stories the young people often tell about dangers we face in our lives today. Alright, gotta pause that for a second, because I have an itch on my nose that will not go away. There. Ew. What? It could have been snot. It could have been, but it wasn't. Yeah, but it could have. The Hook. The story that we're about to read next is The Hook. Donald and Sarah went to the movies. Then they were on... They went to the movies, then they went for a ride in Donald's car. They parked on a hill on the edge of town. From there they could see the lights up and down the valley. Donald turned on the radio and found some music, but an announcer broke in with a news bulletin. "A murderer has escaped from the state prison. He is armed with a knife and headed south on foot. In his left hand is missing. In its place, he wears a hook." "Let's roll up the windows and lock the doors," said Sarah. "That's a good idea," said Donald. "That prison isn't too far away," Sarah said. "Maybe we really should go home." "But it's only 10 o'clock," said Donald. "I don't care what time it is. I said I want to go home." "Look, Sarah," said Donald. He's not going to climb all the way up here. Why would he do that? Even if he did, all the doors are locked. How could he get in?" "Donald, he could take that hook and break a window and open the door," she said. I'm scared. I want to go home." Donald was annoyed. "Girls always are afraid of something," he said. As he started the car, Sarah thought she heard something or someone scratching at her door. Did you hear that?" she asked. As they roared away, "It sounded like somebody was trying to get in." "Oh, sure," said Donald. Soon they got to her house. "Would you like to come in for some cocoa?" she asked. "No," he said. "I've got to go home." He went around to the other side of the car to let her out, and hanging on the door handle was a hook. The White Satin Evening Gown. A young man invited a young woman to a formal dance. But she was very poor, and she could not afford to buy the evening gown she needed for such an occasion. "Maybe you can rent a dress," her mother said. So she went to a pawnshop not too far from where she lived. There she found a white satin evening gown in her size. She looked lovely in it, and she was able to rent it for very little. When she arrived at the dance with her friend, she was so attractive everyone wanted to meet her. She danced again and again and was having a wonderful time. But then she began to feel dizzy and faint, and she asked her friends to take her home. "I think I have danced too much," she told them. When she got home, she lay down on her bed. The next morning her mother found that her daughter had died. The doctor did not understand what caused her death. So he did a so he had the coroner. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm just tired. It's been a long day. You're telling me. Spending the last 3 days in a box and then getting stuffed onto your doorstep. You know how claustrophobic it was in there? I'll, Given how small that box is compared to you, I'll bet it was pretty claustrophobic in there. Yeah, it's as tight as a grave in there. How do you know how tight a grave is? Well, you got me there. I'm just starting to be stooky because we're reading the scary stories and stuff. Yeah, well, you need practice. As do you, Mr. Ventriloquist. When he arrived, oh, hold up, I lost my place because of all this. Got home, lay in bed, next morning. So he had the coroner perform an autopsy. The coroner found that she had been poisoned by embalming fluid. What? Yeah, it had stopped her blood from flowing. There were traces of the fluid on her dress. He decided it had entered her skin while she perspired while she was dancing. The pawnbroker said he bought the dress from an undertaker's helper. It had been used in a funeral for another young woman, and the helper had stolen it just before she was buried. Oh, hell. Grave robbing? Yep. Damn. The poor girl. Indeed, that poor girl. Oh, that's interesting. What? There's a printing error right here that makes it look like there's hairs on the page. So there is. How bizarre. Indeed. Anyway, high beams. The girl driving the old blue sedan was a senior at the high school. She lived on a farm about 8 miles away and used the car to drive back and forth. Did she now? That's what the story says. Okay. She had driven into town that night to see a basketball game. Now she was on her way home. As she pulled away from the school, she noticed a red pickup had followed her out of the parking lot. A few minutes later, the truck was still behind her. I guess we're going in the same direction, she thought. She began to watch the truck in her mirror. When she changed her speed, the driver of the truck changed his speed. When she passed a car, so did he. Creepy, right? Then he turned on his high beams, flooding the car with light. He left them on for almost a minute. He probably wants to pass me, she thought. I'm sure she did. What? Thought he wanted to pass her? Yeah. But she was becoming uneasy. Usually she drove home over a back road, but not too many people went that way. But when she turned onto that road, so did the truck. I've got to get away from him, she thought, and she began to drive faster. Then he turned his high beams on again. After a minute, he turned them off. Then he turned them on again and off again. She drove faster, but the truck driver stayed right behind her. Then he turned on his high beams again. Once more, her car was ablaze with light. What is... Hiccups? Yeah, I haven't had dinner yet. What is he doing? She wondered. What does he want? Then he turned them off again, but a minute later he had them on again, and he left them on. At last she pulled into her driveway, and the truck pulled in right behind her. She jumped from the car and ran to the house. "Call the police!" she screamed to her father. Out in the driveway she could see the driver of the truck. He had a gun in his hand. When the police arrived, they started to arrest him, but he pointed at the girl's car. "You don't want me," he said. "You want him." Crouched behind the driver's seat there was a man with a knife. Plot twist. As the driver of the truck explained it, the man slipped into the girl's car just before she left the school. He saw it happen, but there was no way he could stop it. He thought about getting the police, but he was afraid to leave her, so he followed her car. Each time the man in the back seat reached up to overpower her, the driver of the truck turned on his high beams. Then the man would drop down, afraid that someone might see him. Oh, the truck driver was a smart cookie. Indeed. Very smart cookie. Yeah. I wouldn't have thought of that. Then again, you don't drive. True, true. Just they don't make cars in my size that are street legal, you know? That's fair. It's quite fair. Not really. I mean, what you said. Not the fact of the matter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just keep reading. Don't think about it too hard. All right. The babysitter. Wow. Well, that's a face. What, the girl or the baby? Yes. Here's what he's talking about. Just see if I can't wrench my hand around far enough. There we go. You can just about make it out. That lady has the head of a basketball. Be nice. What? It's true. It has a very bloated head, but that's still rude. So, the babysitter. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Everybody was sitting on the couch in front of the TV. There were Richard, Brian, Jenny, and Doreen, the babysitter. The telephone rang. Maybe it's your mother, said Doreen. She picked up the phone, but before she could say a word, a man laughed hysterically and hung up. Who was it? Asked Richard. Some nut, said Doreen. What'd I miss? At 9:30, the telephone rang again. Doreen answered it. It was the man who had called before. I'll be down soon. No, I'll be there soon, he said, and laughed and hung up the phone. Who was it? The children asked. Some crazy person, said Doreen. About 10 o'clock, the telephone rang again. Jenny got to it first. Hello, she said. It was the same man. 1 more hour, he said. He laughed and hung up. He said 1 more hour. What did he mean? Asked Jenny. Don't worry, said Doreen. It's somebody fooling around, I hope. I'm scared, said Jenny. About 10:30, the telephone rang once again. When Doreen picked it up, the man said, Pretty soon now. I laughed. Why are you doing this? Doreen screamed, and he hung up. Was it that guy again? Asked Brian. Yes, said Doreen. I'm going to call the operator and complain. She should. Don't know why she didn't do it sooner. She probably didn't think of it until now. Oh, good point. The operator told her to call back if it happened again, and she would try and trace the call. At 11 o'clock, the telephone rang again. Doreen answered it. Very soon now, the man said, laughing, and hung up the phone again. Doreen called the operator. Almost at once she called back. That person is calling from a telephone upstairs, she said. You'd better leave. I'll get the police. Just then a door upstairs opened. A man they had never seen before started down the stairs toward them. As they ran from the house, he was smiling in a very strange way. A few minutes later, the police found him there and arrested him. Our tax dollars at work. All right. Okay, I get it now. What? Well, the first chapter is, right, you said that. And the last chapter is, No, actually, it's not, It's not? No. I mean, look at the illustration of the guy there. Does he look like he's screaming? He looks like he died. Well, I mean, he is just very happy and he's laying back in his chair and just relaxing. Maybe he fell asleep. He could be asleep. That's true. But it's not, like you and I were thinking initially. It's not. No, it's, like a happy, relaxed sigh. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Good thinking on your part. And all it took was an illustration to get the point across. Your point being? Well, it's not just on the end of my nose. You do have a rather pointy nose, don't you? Watch it, you. So anyway, the final chapter in this book. This chapter has the same title as the first, But the stories in this chapter are meant are yeah, hold on. But the first this chapter has the same title as the first chapter, but the stories in the first chapter are meant to scare you. There we go. I read it right. You sure about that? The ones in this chapter are meant to make you laugh. Ah, okay. Sense is being made over here. Oh, one of my favorite humorous stories in the entire book trilogy. The Viper. The Viper? Yep, the Viper. Only you said it wrong. The window? Now you're saying words wrong. Can it you? A widow lived alone on the top floor of an apartment building. One morning, her telephone rang. Hello, she said. This is the Viper, a man said. I'm coming up soon. Somebody's fooling around, she thought, and hung up. A half hour later, the telephone rang again. It was the same man. It's the Viper, he said. I'll be up soon. The widow didn't know what to think, but she was getting frightened. Once more the telephone rang. Again, it was the Viper. I'm coming up now, he said. She quickly called the police. They said they would be right over. When the doorbell rang, she sighed with relief. They're here, she thought. But when she opened the door, there stood a little old man with a bucket and cloth. I am the Viper, he said. I wish to wash and wipe the windows. It's so silly. It's just so freaking silly. I love it. All right, the next story in this final chapter of this book, The Attic. A man named Rupert lived with his dog in a house deep in the woods. Rupert was a hunter and trapper. The dog was a big German shepherd named Sam. Rupert had raised Sam from a pup. Aw, how nice. Isn't it, though? Almost every morning, Rupert went hunting, and Sam stayed behind and guarded the house. One morning, as Rupert was checking his traps, he got the feeling that something was wrong at home. He hurried back as fast as he could, but when he got there, he found that Sam was missing. He searched the house and the woods nearby, but Sam was nowhere to be seen. He called and he called, but the dog did not answer. For days Rupert looked for Sam, but he could not find a trace of him. Finally, he gave up and went back to his work. But one morning he heard something moving in the attic. He picked up his gun. Then he thought, I'd better be quiet about this. He took off his boots, and in his bare feet he began to climb the attic stairs. He slowly took one step, then another, right, until at last he reached the attic door. He stood outside listening, but he didn't hear a thing. Then he opened the door and ah! Then at this point the storyteller stops, as if he is finished. Then usually somebody will ask, why did Rupert scream? The storyteller replies, you'd scream too if you stepped on a nail in your bare feet. Did you what? I was saying that you'd scream too if you stepped on a nail in your bare feet. Oh, for crying out loud in the rain. Seriously? That's that is a good one. That's just dumb. All right, now. The Slithery D. Slithery what? The Slithery D. Slithery D. Yeah, the fourth letter of the alphabet. A, B, C. The Slithery D. The Slithery D. He came out of the sea. He ate all the others, but he didn't eat me. The Slithery D. He came out of the sea. He ate all the others, but he didn't eat. Gross. What? That was gross. What do you mean that was gross? I mean, table manners and all that, slurping your food and stuff. It wasn't me, it was the Slithery D. Yeah, you were reading the story. You're the one who made all the kind of sounds. Excuse yourself. You didn't excuse yourself. Well, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay then. Okay. So onward to the next story. Aaron Kelly's bones. Aaron Kelly was dead. They bought him a coffin and had a funeral and buried him. Short story. No, there's more to it. What, are they going to describe his rotting remains like the dead man's Lorraine's? No, just hush and listen. Okay. But that night he got out of his coffin. What? Why? Why what? Why did he get out of his grave? I don't know. Just hush and listen to the story, like I said before. That night he got out of his coffin and he came home. His family was sitting around the fire when he walked in. He sat down next to his widow and asked, "What's going on? Y'all act like somebody died. Who's dead?" His widow said, "You are." "I don't feel dead," he said. "I feel fine." "You don't look fine," his widow said. "You look dead. You'd better get back to the grave where you belong." "I'm not going back to the grave until I feel dead," he said. Nice read there. Thank you. Since Aaron wouldn't go back, his widow couldn't collect his life insurance. Without that, she couldn't pay for the coffin, and the undertaker said that he would take it back. Aaron didn't care. He just sat by the fire in his rocking chair and warming his hands and feet by the fire. But his joints were dry and his back was stiff. Well, if you're dead, I'm sure yours would be too. True, true. Hell, my joints are kind of stiff too. Yeah, but you're made of wood. Actually, I'm made out of plastic, for your information. Plastic, cloth, and rubber hands. Yeah, well, we can't all be perfect, now can we? His joints were dry and his back was stiff, and every time he moved, he creaked and cracked. One night, the best fiddler in town came to court the widow. Since Aaron was dead, the fiddler wanted to marry her. The two of them sat on either side of the fire, and Aaron sat on the other side, creaking and cracking. "How long do we have to put up with this dead corpse?" As opposed to what? Huh? What do you mean? Well, he's a dead corpse, yeah? As opposed to a live one? That's very astute of an observation of you there, little friend. Now shush. You keep shushing me like that, and one day I'm gonna shush you. Don't go threatening me. That wasn't a threat, it was a promise. Now, if only either of us could wiggle. Anyway, how long do we have to put up with this dead corpse? The widow asked. "Something must be done," the fiddler said. "This isn't very jolly," Aaron said. "Let's dance." The fiddler got out his fiddle and began to play. Aaron stretched himself, and he shook himself, got up, took a step or two, and began to dance. With his old bones rattling, his yellow teeth snapping, he should brush more. He probably should have. And his bald head wagging, his arms flip-flopping around and around, he went around and around. With his long legs clicking, his knee bones knocking, he skipped and pranced around the room. How that dead man danced! But pretty soon a bone worked loose and fell to the floor. "Look at that!" said the fiddler. "Play faster!" cried the widow. The fiddler played faster. Crickety-crack, down and back, the dead man went hopping. His dry bones kept dropping. This way, that way, the pieces kept popping. "Play, man, play!" cried the widow. The fiddler fiddled, and dead Aaron danced. Then Aaron fell apart, collapsed into a pile of bones, all except his bald head bone. That grinned at the fiddler, cracked its teeth, and kept dancing. "Look at that!" groaned the fiddler. "Play louder!" cried the widow. "Whoa-ho!" said the head. "Ain't we having fun?" The fiddler couldn't stand it. "Widow," he said, "I'm going home." And he never came back. The family gathered up Aaron's bones and put them back in the coffin. They mixed them up so he couldn't put them back together. Rude. Well, they want him to stay in the grave. After that, Aaron stayed in his grave. See? Yeah, it works, it works. But his widow never did get married again. Aaron had seen to that. All right. Next story is Wait Till Martin Comes. Can I read that one? You sure? Yeah. All right. An old man was out for a walk. When a storm came up, he looked for a place to take shelter. When he came to an old house, he ran up onto the porch and knocked on the door. But nobody answered. By now, rain was pouring down, thunder was booming, and lightning was flashing. So he tried the door. When he found it was unlocked, he went inside. Except for a pile of wooden boxes, the house was empty. He broke up some of the boxes and made a fire with them. Then he sat down in front of the fire and warmed himself. Try that again. He made a fire with them, and he sat down in front of the fire and dried himself. It was so warm and cozy that he fell asleep. When he woke up, a black cat was sitting near the fire. It stared at him for a while. Then it purred. Then it purred. That's a nice cat, he thought, and he dozed off again. When he opened his eyes, there was a second cat in the room. But this one was as big as a wolf. It looked at him very closely, and it asked, "Shall we do it now?" "No," said the other cat. "Let's wait till Martin comes." I must be dreaming, thought the old man. He closed his eyes again. Then he took another look, but now there was a third cat in the room, and this one was as big as a tiger. It looked the old man over, and it asked, "Shall we do it now?" "No," said the others. "Let's wait till Martin comes." The old man jumped up. You're supposed to be reading, remember? Right, right. The old man jumped up the window, and started running, shouting over his shoulder as he went, saying, "When Martin comes, you tell him I couldn't wait." Not bad. Thank you. Thank you. Another classic. Well, there went one of my bookmarks from when I was reading this the last time. You read this before? You couldn't tell? Just read the story. The Ghost with the Bloody Fingers. Actually, do you want to read this one, or you want me to read this one? You do it. Okay. A businessman arrived at a hotel late one night and asked for a room. The room clerk told him that the hotel was filled up. "There is only one empty room," he said, "but we don't rent that one because it is haunted." "I'll take it," said the businessman. "I don't believe in ghosts." The man went up to the room. He unpacked his things, and he went to bed. As soon as he did, a ghost came out of the closet. Such a brave ghost. What? Oh, coming out of the closet like that. To a total stranger. That is not what it means, and you know it. But yes, that would be a very brave thing to do. The man went into the room, he unpacked his things, and he went to bed. As soon as he did, a ghost came out of the closet. Its fingers were bleeding, and it was moaning, "Bloody fingers, bloody fingers." When the man saw the ghost, he grabbed his things and ran. The next night, a woman arrived very late. Seems to be a running theme. Shush you. Again, all the rooms were taken except for the haunted room. "I'll sleep there," she said. "I'm not afraid of ghosts." "Uh-huh. That's what they all say until they see one, and then it's all, 'Ghost! ghost! Oh, you dropped my tissue box. Well, give me a second. I'll pick it up and put it back in place. Sorry, folks. Just some minor technical difficulties. Let's put the book over here. Grab that. Get you back positioned there. All right. Anyway, as you were reading, yes, as I was reading, I'll sleep there, she said. I'm not afraid of ghosts. As soon as she got into bed, the ghost came out of the closet again. Its fingers were still bleeding, and it was still moaning, "Bloody fingers! Bloody fingers!" And the woman took one look and ran. Smart lady, indeed. 1 week later, another guest arrived, very late. He also took the haunted room. After he got unpacked, he took out his guitar and he began to play. Soon the ghost appeared. As before, its fingers were bleeding, and it was moaning, "Bloody fingers! Bloody fingers!" The man paid no attention. He just kept strumming his guitar, but the ghost kept moaning and its fingers kept bleeding. Finally, the guitar player looked up. "Cool it, man," he said. "Get yourself a Band-Aid." Okay, that was a good one. Get yourself a Band-Aid. Shoot. Yep. And that was the last story for the first book of the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark trilogy. That was a good one. I'm glad you agree with me. You said that? Yeah. When? Earlier in the stream. Well, okay then. Now what? Well, as I said before, here in a few minutes, I'm going to be getting back to playing Parasite Eve. EX. EX. What's that? Essentially, it's like a New Game Plus for the game. New Game Plus. Basically, I've finished the game already, and now I'm going to be playing it again, only with some upgrades that I didn't have when I started the game the first time, making things a little bit easier. Oh, okay. Sounds kind of stupid. Realistically, it kind of is. But it's what I decided to do with my time. You mean like how you just spent the last hour or so reading books instead of playing the game? And also talking to me? As a matter of fact, yes, just like that. Besides, I needed the practice with my ventriloquism. You really do. You really do. Alright. Anyway, everyone, I'm going to set my little friend back over there where I had him before, and we'll get back to the game. So long, folks. Oh, my poor legs. Alright, let's grab you like this. Ooh. Oh, my poor hand. Holding on to that silly thing, my pinky is wrecked. If any of you guys can come up with a name for him, feel free to put it over in the chat or in the comment section below the video. If I get enough suggestions, I will take them under advisement and I will figure out a name for him, unless I figure out what the actual name of the puppet is, because these things, when they were originally produced back in the day, came with a name already. I don't know if you guys could hear that. You're probably not going to be able to over the heater now. But it almost sounds like fireworks are going off outside. It's been doing that for a little while, but I was trying to ignore it so I could focus on reading and, working the little puppet that I was talking with. Alright, anyway. Back into the game we go. Before I get myself too wrapped up back into the game, I don't even know what time it is. So I'm going to check that. It's almost 9 o'clock. Well, oakley dokley then. I'm probably just going to stream for like maybe another hour. That was lovely. Thank you. Very entertaining. Well, I appreciate that I was entertaining. It's not an easy, well, it's an easy skill to learn, but it's a hard one to master. As evidenced by the fact that I'm still struggling with my T's, my T's, my P's. Yep, I've got most of the other ones better, but talking about tacos from a Spaniard named Paco is a hard thing to do. When you're talking about tacos from a Spaniard named Paco, see? When you're trying to do that without moving your lips, it's you gotta really choose what words to say this way as opposed to this way, so you can figure out what the puppet is gonna say and what you're going to say in back and forth dialogue. All right. So enough of my yapping about that for the moment. Water time and then game time. Don't do the spider thing, just let me go. Okay, good. Good, good. Alright. Check my loadout real quick. Got enough PE to do anything. Got my storage key. Actually, you know what? Screw this. I'm going back downstairs first and going to the storage room. Hopefully it's not going to be a jerk and make me fight the spiders. What the hell is that? Can you guys hear that? It's either thunder or fireworks. This is very loud. What's going on outside? As I brought it up, it went away. Well, brought it up again, it went away. Need a tissue real quick. All that reading was making my nose run. Okay. And Steve says, no, I can't hear anything. Alright. I didn't figure you could, considering this microphone is just like catching my voice and probably the heater and the or it's a ghost coming closer to your house. Oh shit, no. Pardon my French. Because I mean, I've already had a couple of, had one odd incident happen earlier in the stream. I don't know if you were here for it, Steve. But after taking little friend over there out of their box. A while later, my Beetlejuice talking doll fell off the shelf. For no apparent reason. The thing's been sitting up there for weeks, or standing up there for weeks, just doing his pose, and then all of a sudden, skaboosh! He just lies down and lands on some stuff on the floor. Thankfully, he didn't break himself. One. Jerk bags. Why would you do that? Jack bags. I was here the whole time. Yes, I heard it. He's clearly. Aw. Well, I was gonna die anyway. But I was here the whole time. Yes, I heard it. He's clearly jealous. I can imagine. He does tout himself as being the ghost with the most. I'd avoid shrimp cocktail for a while. Yeah, well, I'm a fan of the Banana Boat song, so if I just randomly caught myself going, day-o, day-o, daylight come and me one go home, I would probably be fairly entertained with myself. That reminds me, I still have yet to see Beetlejuice, the second film. Anyway, back to the game. Alright, I wasn't going upstairs just yet. I was going to go deal with this storage locker I have in my possession. You're going to wake up hearing that in your basement? Oh, the Day-O song? 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot punch! Daylight come and me one go home. Mighty deadly black tarantula! Daylight come and me one go home. Day. He said it, 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 oh. Daylight come and me one go home. Great song. It's full. Swap out the medicine for that thing. Swap that out for this thing. Go ahead and use that immediately on Evil Blaster. Here, tool. It's not even one of those cool tools, it's just a tool. Get that back. The second one was just okay. Cuter really, you have to really, really like the character Beetlejuice, and he carries it. Solid C+ movie. Understandable. From what I understand of it, they knew the pitfalls of what a sequel usually is, where the person making the film will realize that the audience liked a certain aspect of the movie, right? And so they'll double down on that one aspect of the film in the sequel to keep people interested. Kind of a good example of this would be, have you seen The Nutty Professor? How in the sequel for that, they really, really doubled down on the scenes with the family and their gas. One thing I will grant them, though, with the sequel to The Nutty Professor was the angle of taking Buddy Love out of Sherman. But a lot of it was just kind of rehashing the same jokes that they pulled off in the first movie. Or at least trying to. Anyway. So, start button, continue. I gotta say that version reading those books and getting to play around with my new puppet, that was fun. I should do that again sometime. Actually, as a matter of fact, one thing that I've been wanting to do that I just haven't is I've got a couple puppet videos that I've had on the back burner for a while. Maybe I could throw him into one of those videos in the future. Stay back, you little eight-legged freak. Yes, I have, and it wasn't at all that cheesy. It wasn't dark enough for me like the first Beetlejuice, which was a little bit scary to younger audiences. That's true. Then again, the whole PG thing has kind of changed substantially since the original Beetlejuice came out. Because, I mean, if you go back to that time period, like 1988 when that came out, look at some of the PG movies that were around back then, compared to the stuff they could get away then versus get away with then versus the stuff they can get away with now, it would make sense that they had to tone down a bunch of stuff. Like, what was that one scene? Beetlejuice is talking to Barbara and Adam in the little cemetery scene in Adam's little diorama. He was like, get a load of this. Scary, huh? Or however he worded that. You probably couldn't get away with that. Well, no, they did get away with that in this modern movie. I keep forgetting that they rehashed that joke in the trailer. What am I doing? I'm trying to talk about a movie that I haven't seen yet and play a game at the same time. It's a thing. Friggin' giant spiders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Just leave me alone. That's all I want is to be left alone. But no. Ah, I see you there. Making me use up all my healing items. What's wrong with you, little jerkwads? Cool, I leveled up. Got 45 ammo, and that's always a good thing. What did I trade on? Nearly every single last healing item for 45 bullets, which means I now have 55. To the cave. Better not have to deal with the weird werewolf German shepherds again. All because I decided to go down to this door over here. So I know what's in here I don't. It's what's in this box that counts. This one, oh right, that gun was in the first box. Go over to this box, let me thank you. TS game, let me thank you. Parasite Eve, let me thank you! For being such a hard friggin' jerk bag of a game. Good gravy. I'm getting sleepy. No werewolves. No werewolves, thank you. Oh, no, wrong way. I still have the storage key? Yes, I do. Now I'm going to go down and talk to, what's his name? I'm going to give him the storage key. Hopefully I won't have to deal with any of the German Shepherd werewolves. Okay, it allowed me to escape. Hopefully it's not going to be the thing where she just goes, then I take a step, and... Alright, good. So I was about to be very, 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 very annoyed very quickly. Item. Select. Lock key. That over here. Nail this monster for Torres, Zaya. What's this? Here M. That's for when she has mobility issues. Oh, I'm not fighting these guys. Stop it, game. See you getting ready to have... Yeah, I saw that. I saw that game. You getting ready to have the werewolf thing attack me. Game. I just said I'm not doing this. It sucks so hard. Seriously, the game made me have to go back and take damage before it let me escape. Full honkery of the highest order! I didn't have to waste any of my bullets. That was my last healing item, wasn't it? Yep. So I am boned. Just to get all the way back up to full HP before I go and fight Shiva. And by fight, I mean go and have my back end handed to me by Shiva. But not even by Shiva. It's probably going to be the spiders again. If it's not the spiders, it's going to be the 2 werewolves and the spider. Oh, wait. Not even that. The 3 rats and the bird. right here at the top of the stairs. Oh, it's only 2 rats in the room this time, unless 2 of the rats spawned in right on top of each other. Two, three, four. Okay. I'll take all of that. Thank you, game, for being ever so slightly merciful. I was about like a half step, a pixel too close to that door, apparently. So I was not intending to go in. I pushed the button to make her take a step in a direction, and she went, in we go. I have an itch on my eyebrow. Hooray for me! Check my achievement loadout. 3, 10, so I now have 43 bullets for this weapon. Oh, that. Because I'm about to get into a fight with those stupid werewolf thingies. Need to heal up first, otherwise I'm going to get dead in like 1 hit. So let's go. Oh, not them. Nope. Okay, now you're gonna get it. One... Or I'm gonna get it. Apparently the game thought I was talking to Aya when I was saying, now you're gonna get it. Hergy-burgy, hergandy-burgandy, bleh. Checking a little something real quick before I carry on. Okay. Here we go. Start button. Continue. Did you even take a break to eat tonight? I'll admit, I might have missed it. I napped 30 minutes or so during story time. I have not. As a matter of fact, let's see, I had breakfast. Then, the last thing I had to eat were those peanut butter and jelly M&Ms. like how she just stands there staring at the door while I'm, like, ransacking her laboratory. Alright, goodbye then. Every time. Come on, Aya, a little faster. Why I didn't die, I do not know. Okay. Okay. That was a little too close for comfort. Ooh, tubes. You're not doing that, game. We're going to swap out Cure Poison for Med 2. Actually, no. We're going to keep the Cure Poison. We're going to get rid of the tool. PE. Going to go to some physical education. Got 1, 2, 3 med 1s, 2 med 2s. Ammunition is terrible this playthrough. I know, right? This game just does not want to give me an inch. On that note, let me check how much. I got 8. I only have 8 rounds left. But I've got a bunch of healing items, which I didn't have the last couple of tries. I'm gonna do something stupid. I'm gonna do something potentially very stupid. And I know it's stupid because the next time I have to go through there, I'm gonna have to fight those idiots again. Game. No. No, 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 no. Oh, you fucking... Now I've got to wait. Wait. Quit. And the game's going to put me back in front of that door then, and she's going to go... And if I take one step and I get put back into that stupid fight again... Okay. Okay. I was about to lose my cool there. Like I haven't already. I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to save my progress while I've got all these healing items. Very first one's 4th, so we're going to overwrite that one. Saved that one 5 times, so save 3 here. Actually, we're going to save 4 times. Now then. Now that I've gotten that out of the way. My eyes are dry. Yes, now that I've gotten that out of the way, my eyes are dry. You heard it here first, folks. Don't. Okay, good. Good. Now, if it could just avoid doing what I know it's about to do, if it could just not, just let me go up this. Oh! Holy fun. Holy fudge. Every other time, well, almost every other time I've tried to do that very little maneuver right there, the game has gone like, no, you're going to fight these guys again. But this time, it didn't make me fight them. I am happy about this. I mean it. I really am. Aya, Uncle Baker's hurt. Shiva? That's not Shiva. Shiva's already dead. Aya, please don't let her turn into a monster. Come on, I'm the one that you want. Ooh, 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 baby. I'm the one that you want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yes, indeed. Wait, no. I'm not going to do that. This. Actually, you know what? Slow. But at least I saved before the fight, so now I can make my way back there and walking fast, faces fast, homebound. But anyway, I can make my way back in that direction, fight my way through all the nonsense again, because I got lucky that last time. I'm not going to get that lucky this time, I don't think. Hey, the file loaded. Rightio. PE, heal 1. Okay, now I'm kind of hoping that I get stuck with the spiders, at least long enough for me to get my health back up to full. Okay, I can deal with this. Just gotta run all the way to the other end of this hallway here. Okay. On now. No. I'm not your mama duck, okay? Now that you made me take damage, you're gonna die. No, I said I am not your mama duck. And now, again, because you made me take damage, you're going to die. Stop making me take damage, you bastards. I was so close to full hit points, and now I'm down to less than half. Fudge is delicious, you little morons. You should have some. Stop eating me and go eat some fudge. Am I really out of ammunition? Am I really? Well, we dipped. We're going to swap out the evil blaster for this one. Alright, there goes another one of my healing items. I'm just going to stand right here until the game lets me attack you little assholes. There's another one of my good healing items. Fart knockers. Well, I got 30 more ammo. I didn't take the ammunition. Okay, I'm just gonna let these guys kill me, because that was one of the stupidest moves I've made in quite some time in this game. Holy fudge. My problem was that I was getting greedy last time. Stand way over here. Heal up. Now I'm just gonna wait right here. No, I'm not. I'm gonna run away! Stop it! I'm not your mother duck. Back off! It'll... right here. Full HP and ready to roll. And the game let me escape. Thank you, game, for being merciful. Now, if you could continue to be merciful and let me leave. Like successfully leave. Quit putting me back here in this corner, you stupid. And quit trying to make me fight the spiders. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. I just want to leave. I just want to go. I just want to go away. Up those stairs. I don't want any of this crap over here. I just want to go. Full HP, I'm ready to party. Not with the werewolves and the spider. They usually pop up down the hall here. Hopefully won't this time. Well, I did say hopefully. Fuck you, game. I'm not gonna hold back this time. Fuck you, game. I was at full fucking HP and you screwed me over like that. God damn this game. Why in the fuck do I keep failing to escape, game? You don't even give me an explanation. You don't even give me an answer. You're just like, no, you didn't do it. You failed. You lose. Good day, dumbass. No. How in the fuck did I get hit by that? Way over here. There's another one of my healing items. Swap out the Evil Blaster for the SG-550. Try not to get dead. See, the game pinned me in the corner again and wouldn't let me move. Just let them continue to fight me until... It's okay. It's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay. If I ever get to the point where I can make merch, I think I'm going to make a t-shirt that says that. It's okay, it's okay, it's not okay, but it's okay. Fun. Maybe a coffee mug that says fun you and fun this and fun that. Almost full health. No, you don't, you little creep. It's your web to hurt me, so you're about to get shot. Repeatedly in the face. You little fuckers are little fuckers. You know that? You're little and you fuck. If only you would just fuck off. And I'm out of bullets. Again. Different gun. Again. Did you buy that merch? I'm glad to hear those words, Steve. Because coming this fall. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Next winter. That's another joke. Literally walked right into that one. Stop it! How in the fuck did you catch up to me? Oh. You little fucker. Still not killing you yet. You're my little cash cow to getting my health back up. Aha, see? You didn't get me. Little shafeed. There. Full health, 45 ammo. Well, 45 more ammo. Knees starting to burn again. Ugh. And my knee is starting to burn even more now that I stretched it out. Why? Why? Not pleasant. It is not a pleasant experience. Oh, fun. Fun. Okay, so now it's letting me just go upstairs. That's fine and dandy. Unlike my knee. Back out again. Relax. My nose is running again. Tissues that far away from myself. Yup. My Uncle Ben is hurt. And Shiva? That's not Shiva anymore. Shiva's already dead. Hiya, please don't let her turn into a monster. Come on, I'm the one that you want, not them. That was very stupid. That was very stupid. It was very stupid, as was that. Aya, wake up. Baloney. That was such utter baloney. Okay. It's fine. But it's fine. Some more water. My voice is so dry. Throat is rather raw. New little shoe. Did that. It's like his little friend was racing over to try and attack me, and then he's like, wait a minute. Holy crud. Did you see what she did to Steve? And of course, now I'm out of ammunition. Wait. The game is being a royal pain in my backside. By trying to act as though I can't do the thing, even though I clearly can. Pardon my burp. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Alright? Just need to heal one. Don't have it yet. Not quite yet. There it is. I just wait here patiently until my attack meter thing fills up. Actually, I'm going to wait here until my PE meter fills up some more. That thing's willing to just keep its stupid self over there. I'm going to just stay right here and let it live. Live and let live, I say. But in this ever-changing world in which we live in, makes me give in and cry. To live and let die. I know you don't. Friggin' heal 2, and that's gonna screw up my PE again. That little speed over there just could not leave me alone. I was more than willing to let you live, you stupid arachnid. You hear me? You can't, because you're code in a computer. But if you could hear me, you'd be feeling really stupid right now. Hide over here in this corner. You're gonna come this way. Fucker, fucker, no, fucker. That's all this spider is, it's just fucker. Stuck on the wall for just a second, and the little bastard just had to come over and bite me. Why does the PE meter have to fill up so slowly? Why does this little shit have to be such a little shit? I'm only down by 4 hit points, but it's going to irk me that I'm still down by 4 hit points when I go up against the next thing. Now you've obviously, of course, you got okay. Good. You go back up that whole way. Go back where you came from, or so help me. Thank you. Fade it out. Almost there. Almost to full TE. Rounds of ammo. Alright. Alrighty. Whilst I have the opportunity, I'm going to go in here. I'm going to save my progress again. Before I do that, heal 1 just to be at full HP. Now I'm going to save my progress. Again. About 12 more minutes, folks. Then I'm going to call it for the night. Partly because, well, I'm getting hungry. And we all know what happens when I get hungry and I'm playing these games. I get even more angry than I usually do. Okay, good. My knee finally stopped aching. It stopped a little while ago, but I just now paid attention to the fact that it did, so I can now bend my leg again. Let's see, what's my loadout presently? That. Only 15 rounds in it. Okay, now it's at full. Three med ones. One med 2 because those stupid spiders made me burn through the other one. Absolutely salty about that. Hiya, Uncle Baker's hurt. Shiva? I'm pretty surprised you haven't had a hanger attack yet, actually. That's because I took a break. If I hadn't just paused and, started reading the Scary Stories books and, screwing around with that puppet and doing stuff to break myself out of being just like, if I had an apple, I could make applesauce kind of moods, then I would have snapped a while ago. She's not Shiva. Shiva's already dead. Aya, please, don't let her turn into a monster. Come on, I'm the one that you want. Three targets. Energy shot. Let's go for head number 1. Wake up. very careful about what I do. Apparently Aya doesn't want to be very careful about what she does. Ye. Gotta use a heal. I want to use energy shot, but gotta use a heal. See, if I hadn't used that heal, I'd be dead right now. It's not gonna be enough. Again, bullshit, that should not have hit me. But whatever. There's 4 of my fucking healing items. Is that all 4 of them? Is that all 4 of my healing items? Was that all of my healing items? It is. I am screwed. The only thing I can do right now is... Well, actually, no, I could have gone with the barrier. Best thing I could do in that shit-ulation right there. Hey, just wanted to say, you're a real one for playing Parasite Eve. It's an amazing game that I only played once, then lost it. You earned my sub, lol. Well, thank you very much, Windwalker111089. Also, I gotta say, I like your avatar. Monkey D. Luffy, King of the Pirates. Target number 1. And kablam! Him. Bullshit. Okay. Just under 5 minutes left to go, folks, and I'm going to have to wrap it for the night. And I'm sticking to that this time. I'm hoping to, anyway. Rounds left. Evil Blaster now has all 15 of them. I'm so surprised it didn't make me have to fight those rats and the bird things again. I'm also surprised it's not making me face the werewolves and the spider again. Hiya! Hiya, Uncle Baker's hurt! And then ... Shiva? It's not Shiva! Shiva's already dead! Hiya, please don't let her turn into a monster! Like she isn't already, though I've said that like a dozen and a half times now. Come on, I'm the one that you want! Get away from him, you bitch! Again, pardon my French, but she's a female dog. If ever someone would do a remake like the RE games, I can see that. This would look pretty good with a remake. Game, you're not doing that. You're not even doing that. You've already done it, but you're not going to get away with it. Oh, game. Why do you do these things? Alright, so since the fight with Shiva is going to take longer than the amount of time I've got left for the stream, I'm just going to leave it there. I just want to say a big thank you to each and every single one of you guys out there watching. I do truly and greatly appreciate it. Again, along with each and every single one of you out there. If you like what you've seen here today, you know what to do. Like and comment, and I'll just leave off the rest of the stream by saying, viewers beware, and subscribe if you dare. Later.